Ladies and gentlemen, the program will begin in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin immediately.
Today and every day, over 500 military service members will change from their service uniforms into civilian lives. These men and women have been trained to be resourceful. They've trained to be leaders, team builders, and problem solvers. Today, they're busy preparing resumes, working on contacts, looking for housing, and reacquainting with old friends. These veterans will take on these tasks as their new mission, a responsibility that they each hold, and they will perform these new duties with the diligence and attention to detail that they learned in the military. But for all they do, we too have a very important role in their lives, in their successful reintegration. Each community, every workplace, every college campus has to be prepared to receive these veterans with respect and understanding. Because if our nation views these people as assets truly and leaders, then our veterans will respond. They will be great. They will help us to reinvigorate our communities. We are all in this together. Think of what we asked of them during this nation's dual wars. We've got their 6 and they have ours.
Do you know what it means to have someone's back? To have another life depend on you and only you?
Where your vision, your defense, your support
is the very thing that is the difference in their life or death.
This feeling is known in the truest form by those that willingly protect you and me every day.
In the military, got your 6 means I've got your back.
Today, got your 6 is more than a term.
It's a way to bring military veterans and civilians together.
It's a show of respect for all who served, and a way to ensure that they return home to be seen as assets and leaders.
I've got your 6.
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 To find out how you can help, visit gotyoursix.org today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Chris Marvin.
Morning, everybody. It's 9 a.m. in New York, and we're glad that you all could join us. So maybe everybody could join me in a collective yawn. Thank you for being here so early. We have a great room. We have a great show here today. For me and for a number of people in this room and our partners elsewhere, a project like this has been a number of years in the making. So we're really happy to be here this morning at Google to present to you Got Your 6 Storytellers. You're going to see and hear from some amazing veterans, and they're going to tell you about their own personal stories. And it's all going to sort of correlate along with Got Your 6's call to action for this Veterans Day. This Veterans Day, Got Your 6 is asking Americans to have a conversation with a veteran. All right, so we think that thank you for your service is fantastic. But we want people to ask veterans where they've served, what they've done, and most importantly, what's next in their lives. So the 9 veteran storytellers that are going to come up here today are all going to tell you what was next in their life after they took off their military uniform. They're going to share their big ideas and their innovations and the impact that it's had on the civilian world. They're going to inspire you. None of this would have been possible without some of our collaborative partners, and I want to offer some thanks to some folks. First and foremost, Google for hosting us here in this beautiful space in New York City. We have partners in the VA Center for Innovation, in Teach for America, and in Team Rubicon, along with the other 60 organizations that make up Got Your 6. And we have some proud sponsors, Wells Fargo and Macy's, each who have contributed to putting this together. So today, we want to share this stage with you. We want to bring up these 9 veteran storytellers to inspire you. And along with them, we're going to bring up one senior military leader. We're going to bring up one former congressman who's also a veteran, and we're going to bring up two civilians who have done more than most to advocate for veterans as leaders and assets in our communities. And the first one of those is Carrie Loreno from Google. Carrie is an audience evangelist here at Google. She's also the founder of the Google Veterans Network, and she's the reason that we're able to put this on here today. And I'd like to welcome Carrie to the stage to say hi to you.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Google New York City. Some of you may be wondering exactly what an audience evangelist is if we don't know each other, so let me just get that out of the way. My full-time job here at Google is to think about the ways in which our products can help communities at large. People who we have a social responsibility to help, and there's no finer community and no community more important to me personally than the one that we're celebrating here today, which is the Veterans and Military Families community. In my second job here at Google, and where my heart really lies, is in our Google Veterans Network and finding ways for the company to support across the board with our products, with our time, with every ounce of our resources, supporting this community. And we've done that over the last 6 years since my journey began as a veterans advocate. My personal story is that I did not serve, but I had someone very, very dear to me who I lost in the war. And I realized that while I was a proud and patriotic American, that I didn't necessarily understand everything that I wanted to. And I started on a journey to build as much knowledge as I could about the meaning of service, about the challenges of service, about the transition process and the difficulty that our service members and their families face during that transition process home. And the more I learned, the more I wanted to do to help, and the more I wanted to share that message with others. So when Chris and I had the chance to meet several years ago, and he told me about his vision for Got Your Six, I was extremely excited about it because I could relate to it myself. And I felt that the notion of, or the mission of bringing civilians together with those who had served was something that I had already been trying to do for years and years, and wanted to be a part of a movement that Chris was trying to start. So I can confirm that we have been talking about this for a number of years. I'm excited to see some of our partners here today. The Bob Woodruff Foundation, Team Rubicon, and others who we've been actively working with over the last few years to find ways to help them with their respective missions. And I'm so excited to hear from the speakers that we have here today. These stories of service are important because these individuals come home and can give so much back to their respective communities. I'm proud to say that here at Google, we hire veterans because of the values that they hold, the training and experiences that they have gained during their military service. And when I look at our team, the hundreds and hundreds of people who work here who are a part of that community, there are superstars in every corner of the company who have served and served well in 5 branches of the military. So we have our head of user operations from Google is a former F-14 pilot, Top Gun instructor. Our head of green energy business operations is also a Navy veteran. The facility manager for one of our most important data centers on the East Coast just deployed, deployed last night to the Horn of Africa for the next 425 days. And Google recently launched a project called Project Loon, which is, you should definitely check it out, google.com/loon. The goal of that project is to bring balloon-powered internet to the rest of the world. And it's a fascinating project, and the person who's responsible for launching, releasing, and recovering those internet-powered balloons is a U.S. Marine reservist. So they are scattered, you are scattered throughout our company. They are the reason that our mission is succeeding, and we do everything we can to bring more and more of them here every day. So I'm personally thrilled to be here and to hear from, to bring even more of those incredible stories here, to bring those online. We're live casting this right now on YouTube with the hope that we will be able to connect other civilians like me 6 years ago with this important message that Got Your Six has for all of us today.
I want to take a quick moment just to talk to all the friends we have in the audience here today, and to all the friends who might be watching on our live stream. This is being recorded, and while it is very important to bring this message to the people who are watching it right now, the 9 storytellers and their messages we hope to get out to thousands of Americans over time. So on Veterans Day, next Monday, we're going to release these videos. They'll be on our website, on our YouTube channel, on all of our social media assets. And we actually encourage each of you to help us share these videos. They'll be individually, you'll be able to share one at a time or all of them together. And that's sort of another call to action for everybody who's our partner to help us get this message out there. And to kind of allow people to have a conversation with a veteran, maybe just by watching one of these quick storytelling moments. I'd like to now bring up our first guest speaker. Brigadier General David K. McKuen is the Adjutant General for the United States Army. He has served for 32 years in the Army. He has served in Iraq, Kuwait, Germany, Korea, Albania, Saudi Arabia, and other places. I memorized all of those. And amongst other things, he is, as the Adjutant General, he is in charge of all casualty operations for the Army. He's in charge of the entire awards system for the Army. And he's in charge of the entire postal system for the entire United States military. So he does a lot of what really gets the Army by day to day to day, and that's really important. And he has a great message for you today. So without further ado, General David McKuen.
I think they gave me a mic, so I'm all mic'd up. Well, thank you. I'm very happy to be here. You know, I wake up every morning about 5 o'clock, and by 5:30 I'm on the road running, the first of about 3 or 4 miles. So a 9 o'clock start is it's not as early as you think. But it is great to be here. Part of my job is I'm responsible for the Army's transition program. And the transition program really is about taking soldiers as they leave active duty and help them integrate or reintegrate back into society. Now, when I think of transition, I think back to my dad. This is a picture of my dad. When he was 17 years old, right before he deployed to the Pacific Theater and served in World War II for a little over 2 years. He came back to San Francisco on a ship on the 17th of December of 1945. 16 days later, after a train ride, he got out of the Army on the 2nd of January at Camp Atterbury, Indiana. Was given $50 and a train ticket, and they thanked him for his service. Probably not the right way to do it. So now we have an army of volunteers. We've always had volunteers in our Army, but for the last 40 years, we've had an all-volunteer force. And I will tell you that what you see is these kind of great soldiers that you'll see in some of these pictures, just absolutely fantastic. 130,000 soldiers will leave the Army every year. 2/3 of those soldiers were active duty regular Army soldiers, and they'll go back and for the most part go into the civilian community. 1/3 of those soldiers will stay were National Guard or Army Reserve, and in the end, they'll go back to their old jobs if they had a job. Every one of those soldiers, in my view, is a hero. They don't have to have been deployed. They don't have to have been wounded. They just have to have served. And only 1% of those that are eligible of the age serve in our country, and only 3 in 10 are eligible to serve. But they all serve because of this, the Constitution. They all raise their hand and swear an oath to an idea, and they do it in a time of war. And they've done it for the last 12 years without a blink. Every single one of them do it without a blink. So as I thought about my dad in 1946, then I tried, and I'm responsible for transition. It became a little bit more personal when my son-in-law decided to get out of the Army. So that's my son-in-law and my daughter, and he decided to get out of the Army. I was concerned that he would get out of the Army and have nowhere to go and come back and bring my daughter home. So I didn't want that to happen. And so that's why we spend an awful lot of time, that's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason, we spend an awful lot of time and effort trying to take care of our soldiers. Because let me tell you about our soldiers. They're not all trigger pullers. They're not all infantrymen or armor crewmen. We have soldiers in over 350 military occupational specialties. That's different jobs, from armor crewmen to x-ray technicians to doctors to lawyers to everything in between. They're just tremendous, tremendous people. So when you think about the reason we should hire a veteran, it's not out of obligation, it's a smart business decision. Because although it may make you feel good to hire a soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine, and I have to say, since today is the Marines' birthday, happy birthday to all former Marines and current Marines. But it's smart, because what you get with a soldier is someone who is drug-free, disciplined, tested in leadership, tested in team building, physically fit, smarter than the average person. It's not in all cases, but smarter than the average person. And they're just absolutely wonderful people. You see right here, Clint Romeshay, when he received the Medal of Honor. And the president gave the Medal of Honor. He was a cavalry scout. So that makes him, he was an armor NCO, non-commissioned officer, and he did tremendous things and decided to transition from the Army. Well, there's not a lot of direct correlation for armor crewmen when they leave the Army. I mean, you walk around New York, you can't find too many armor crewmen. But what you can find is someone with great skills. So when he got out, he went to North Dakota and then ended up in Minot, North Dakota, where his first job was driving a truck because he had that skill. Well, they soon found out that he had more than that. And so then he was in charge of a number of trucks. And then they said, no, you're better than that. You've got all these skills. And so what they made him was a safety supervisor, and he's doing that today. And there you could see the pictures of them, he and his wife. So he was a soldier, and now he's a soldier for life. These soldiers that you see here have got great experience. They spent their entire life and their entire training learning about how to take care of people, how to solve problems, all the way. So that's my main message to you today, is that these soldiers are just wonderful people. They deserve to be brought back into society, to be given all the things that they need, and so that they can help you, and in addition, they can be reintegrated. See, because you can see from the pictures that we're showing up here that they do everything that there is out there. So for 31 years, or more than 31, if you look at this note from George Washington, the willingness with which our young people are likely to serve in the future is proportional to how the veterans are being treated. And when you think about that with an all-volunteer Army, those words from 1781 are as good today as they were in 1781. Because being a soldier for life, being a Marine for life, a Coast Guardsman for life, an airman for life, it is something that we just can't just let go. We have to take care of them. So I will tell you that in over 31 years of service, where I've worn the cloth of the nation and have been honored to, I have always had my back in peace and war. When I look at a soldier, I look at that name tag and I look on the other side where it says U.S. Army, and I don't have to get their resume. I don't have to get anything. I know by looking at them that they have the credentials, they have everything that is necessary, and they are absolutely the kind of person that I want to hire. It's not our job in the Army to hire them, but it's to prepare them so that they can go back into society and as was talked about earlier, take on the next mission. So, as I said, for over 31, almost 32 years, they've had my back. And I will tell you, I've got their 6, and I hope you'll have their 6 as well. So again, thank you so much to Google. Thank you so much to everyone here, both here live and that will see us later, for all that you do for our veterans and our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jake Wood.
Good morning. You know, the subtitle of my talk, when I originally submitted it, was Harnessing the Will of Affected Populations to Improve Disaster Recovery. And as I was thinking through my talk earlier, really, it's simpler than that. It can be catchier than that. This is about getting America back to its roots. This is about getting America back to an age when neighbors helped neighbors. Let me get you for a moment to put yourself in a scenario. Close your eyes and think about a disaster striking your community. Think about coming out of a storm shelter or coming out of your home and realizing that you're okay. Your family's okay. Your home is still standing, and seemingly you escaped unscathed. But you look all around and you see that your neighbors are affected. They're impacted. What do? Do you help? You probably have this urge, this desire to go and help your family, or your neighbors rather, in their greatest time of need. But maybe then you ask your question, how? Let me redirect for a moment. Remember this? I would hope so. 12 and a half months ago, this is what you as New Yorkers lived through. This is a photo from Hurricane Sandy that my organization, Team Rubicon, took in the Far Rockaways. What did you do when Hurricane Sandy hit? What did you want to do? Maybe you were one of the tens of thousands of New Yorkers that answered the call to help their neighbors in need. Maybe you found yourself in a parking lot, much like this parking lot, looking around, seeing disorganization, seeing chaos, wondering where it was that you could pitch in, wondering why this wasn't more streamlined, why this opportunity wasn't more affected. Maybe you were one of the tens of thousands that went out with one of these organizations, a church, a mosque, a synagogue, a Boy Scout troop, perhaps your school class, or maybe even your company. Maybe you're an employee at Google and you went out on a bus with dozens of your employees, your fellow employees, and you tried to help. You were a volunteer and you thought to yourself, this word volunteer, that's a noble word. That's really what this is all about. But then maybe, just maybe, you realize that that word doesn't have as good of a connotation in disaster response. You see, in the disaster response community, in the disaster response world, the powers that be, they think of the word volunteer as a 4-letter word. Now, trying to stave off any Marine Sergeant jokes, I do realize that this is a 9-letter word, but understand that the fire departments, FEMA, these other organizations that are truly managing disaster response and disaster recovery, the true professionals, they don't like to see volunteers out there in these initial stages. Well, why is that? Why is it that we as a country, as these institutions, would try to keep these volunteers out of the situation? Well, the truth is that these volunteers bring with them a lot of challenges. They can congest roads, they can suck up resources. Many of them don't have the training to do the types of jobs that they're looking to do. For instance, after Hurricane Sandy, many of the work that needed to be done, many of the work orders that needed to be done was helping to clear out homes of these waterlogged drywall and 2x4s and carpets and books and all these things that would be in the basements of these homes in the Rockaways. And that's a very technical thing to do. There's backbreaking labor, but there's a standard by which it must be met. And if that standard isn't met, then somebody has to go in and clean up that mess afterward. Imagine being a project manager here at Google, and you're tasked with creating in Google Labs the next great product. And you have this hotshot team of engineers that are working on this product for you. And then some well-meaning employees from a different department decide that they're going to put together the product and they're going to launch it before you, and it's just not quite up to par. Now imagine that in disaster response. But what we know is that your participation as volunteers is inevitable. You're going to go out, and you're going to go out because you have passion. Or maybe perhaps the word should be compassion. So we have passion. How do we turn that passion into impact? How do we focus this goodwill of these affected communities, and how do we narrowly bring it together to have true and meaningful impact? Truthfully, what we need is good leadership. We need people who are willing to take on the onerous task of managing and leading these volunteers in these situations. But I guess the question is, where can we find good leaders? Well, here's where we find good leaders. Former non-commissioned officers. We have over 2 million veterans coming back from Iraq and Afghanistan, repopulating every single community across this country. Men and women who led people overseas in some of the worst situations imaginable. Men and women who were in charge of 12 individuals day in and day out, responsible for their food, their water, responsible for mission accomplishment. Okay, so now what? Well, now we have to watch what happens. The first thing that people want to know is, well, what's the concrete impact of volunteers? Well, FEMA measures unskilled labor at $21 per volunteer per hour. That adds up. We had tens of thousands of volunteer hours at Team Rubicon after Hurricane Sandy. And the work orders that we were completing on these individual homes were amounting to about $3,500 a piece. And at the end of the day, we had almost $3.5 million of direct impact back into these communities. That's real, that's tangible. But perhaps what's more important is the abstract. If we can effectively harness the goodwill of these communities, if we can provide the leadership that these military veterans all across the country are able and willing to provide, we can get America back to its roots. We can get back to the point in time when neighbors helped neighbors, when we didn't rely on governments and corporations to come in and save the day. We could get back to the point when the people from one side of the railroad tracks crossed over to the other side of the railroad tracks and helped rebuild the barn after a devastating fire. And at a point in time where we are right now in America, that's what we desperately need. Thank you for the opportunity today.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Adam Lensmeyer.
In the Army, each unit supports the units to the left and to the right. We are one team, united in one mission. Soldiers hold themselves to exceptionally high standards because we understand that we are part of something much bigger than ourselves. This commitment to excellence is born the very first day of basic training and lives well on past our eventual honorable discharge. Military service provided me with 3 Ps: a purpose, a precedent, and a path. In Iraq, I was a truck platoon leader and later advised the Iraqi Army as part of a military transition team. Now, I'm the founding principal in training of Atlas Preparatory High School in Colorado Springs, Colorado. It didn't take long before I started to recognize the striking similarities between the military and the schoolhouse. If I am able to provide my students and my teachers with the same purpose, precedent, and path that strong military leaders provide their soldiers, then together we can build a culture of educational excellence. Let's talk about purpose. Ask any soldier why they do what they do, and there's a strong chance that they'll refer to the soldier's creed. I'm an American soldier, I'm a warrior, a member of a team. In just those 2 lines, you can see that those who serve are deeply invested in the mission, ready to accomplish any task to the best of their ability. I got into the field of education thanks in large part to Teach for America, an organization working to close the education opportunity gap by placing committed individuals in the country's highest need classrooms. From day one, my students in New Orleans knew why they were sitting in my classroom: to use education to open the door to opportunity and to create a life for themselves where anything and everything is possible. I can recall preparing my students for a state reading test, a test in which getting results was critical. I let my students know that they owed it to themselves, to me, to the school to get those results because of all the hard work that they had put in. I may have also written a trash-talking fake letter from a rival high school to give them the extra boost of motivation. But you know what? It worked. Those students got the results because they were given a purpose, a reason to achieve. The second P stands for precedent, an example that highlights what my students and teachers are working towards is actually possible. I can distinctly remember being a sophomore in college and an ROTC cadet and standing in formation with 2 different boots on my feet. It wasn't long before a veteran sergeant was on me, well, like a veteran sergeant on a cadet. I fully expected to be in the push-up position, but instead, that sergeant set a precedent for what great leadership looks like. He asked me, how would I react one day down the line when one of the soldiers in my platoon makes a mistake? That experience changed me. Flash forward several years, and I'm a grade level leader in a middle school. I have an excellent math teacher doing amazing things with his students in his classroom. One day I turned to that math teacher and I asked, you're doing incredible things in your room, but what can you do for this hallway, this grade level, this school, and this community? It wasn't long before that teacher was expanding his impact well beyond the walls of his classroom, setting his own precedent for other teachers in the building to follow. So students and teachers know what to achieve, and they see someone setting the example. That brings us to path. Earlier I mentioned that I was a part of a MIT team. This meant that my team trained, patrolled, advised, and explained to soldiers of the Iraqi army that "was up" is no longer an popular American catchphrase. Eventually, the Iraqi army was able to take control of their own area of operation because we set a path for them. Educators must provide a path for their students. Atlas Preparatory High School helps ensure its students succeed by giving them 5 simple rules. Number 1, show up every day on time. Number 2, wear your uniform. Number 3, complete all of your homework assignments. Number 4, pass all your classes. And number 5, embody the school's values. If they can do these 5 things and do them well for the next 4 years, we can make some guarantees. Number 1, you'll be able to go to college. Number 2, you'll be able to enter into service. Or number 3, you'll be able to choose a vocation. Atlas Prep provides a path for students to control their future. I've gone from the front lines to the head of a classroom to the helm of a school. Creating a culture of educational excellence takes all of us: leaders, teachers, athletic coaches, and students. We can all use the 3 Ps: purpose, precedent, and path to create an environment where student success just isn't hoped for, it's the expectation. Thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tony Woods.
I want to let everyone in on a little secret. I absolutely hate being thanked for my service. Sounds a little funny. It does a couple of things. For me, it immediately sort of starts to make me think about the sacrifice that I made or did not make while serving in the military. You know, you can always think of someone who came home without a limb or someone who didn't come home at all, like my friend Lieutenant Andrew Stern, whose name I wear on my wrist, and I've worn this since 2004. It also, I think, sort of implies, or it feels like it's implying, that my time serving is done, which I don't necessarily think is true. Or it might just be a sign that I need to learn how to take a compliment and lighten up a little bit. So I kicked off my military career when I left home and went to West Point. I served as an officer in the Army for about 5.5 years, did a couple deployments to Iraq as a platoon leader. Bringing my soldiers home alive is the greatest accomplishment I've ever had in my entire life, and I don't know that I'll ever top that. My time in the military, unfortunately, was cut short by the Don't Ask, Don't Tell policy, the law that didn't allow gays and lesbians to serve openly in the military. a law that's now repealed thanks to one of my personal heroes, Congressman Patrick Murphy. So I had lost my ability to serve in the military in uniform, to serve my country, but I didn't lose my desire to continue serving in my community. So I kicked off my career in the public sector, worked as an aide to the governor of New York before heading home to run for Congress myself. In case you were wondering, I didn't win. That's why I'm standing before you today. But I came in a respectable, or some jerks might say distant, 4th place out of 14 candidates. Then I came to work at a nonprofit called Service Nation, helping mayors think about how they can use volunteers more strategically. Then I learned about service at the highest levels of our country as a White House fellow serving in the Obama administration. So I started to think that, this desire to continue serving, this might be something that's unique to this all-volunteer force that we hear so much about, these veterans, these post-9/11 veterans. But, I was also starting to realize that, maybe I'm starting to overbelieve the hype. I was sort of thinking like, well, maybe we are the greatest generation in the history of generations. But I realized that's absolutely not true. I was starting to, that said, I do think that you would be hard-pressed to find today's veterans sort of sitting in a hall, wearing funny hats, telling war stories. You're more likely to find them using their combat skills serving in the wake of a disaster with Team Rubicon, pushing each other physically to live healthy lives with Team Red, White, and Blue, using their leadership skills to serve in their communities with The Mission Continues. But I was also volunteering in addition to the work that I was doing, and I was starting to get this sense that maybe this notion is not unique to those who've served in the military. I had led trips to New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, led trips to Haiti after their devastating earthquake. I had rode across the United States from the Outer Banks, North Carolina, to San Diego, California, to raise money for Habitat for Humanity and to build homes in 5 states. And it was during that trip that I realized there's an all-volunteer force that's working all across this country, whether you're in uniform or out of uniform, and they're doing amazing things. You've got that same esprit de corps that you find in the military. You'll find that for that Teach for America member who's standing at the front of a classroom in a tough urban school. That same pride in uniform that a soldier has when they wear their uniform, you find that with the City Year member who dons that bright red jacket that we all know. That same love of country is in the heart of an AmeriCorps member who's serving in their community right now. And so I believe these are all people who deserve to be thanked for their service. But rather than thanking them for their service, I want to encourage all of us in this room to think differently about how we engage them. Maybe we can engage them in meaningful service and find ways through the companies that we all work in. Many of you lead teams and manage people. Some of you run whole divisions of companies or entire newsrooms. Some of you in this room are CEOs of entire companies. So I think the challenge that we all need to take back from this day is to think about what are the ways that we can do good as a company, but also do good for the world. Can we volunteer as a team? Can we provide paid time off for those who want to go volunteer? Can we be greener or more sustainable? Can we find charities that we can give to as a company? And I think the companies that answer those questions positively are going to be incredibly happy to see the results that it has in their workforce, and ultimately it will be better for the bottom line. So I want to end sort of where I began, and I just want to say that over the years I've learned how to be gracious about being thanked for my service, because I know it's coming from a good place. I simply say thank you back. But I want to let you know that I'm going to promise you that I will continue to serve. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sherry Derekson.
I'm really happy to be here, and I'm really happy because I never get to hold a remote at home, ever. So I have one today. What if I were to tell you that for $10, the price of 2 Starbucks coffees with Splenda and low-fat milk, because I'm on a diet, you guys could save the world for $10. And it's true. In the military, I was a photojournalist, and I was very lucky to travel around the world. And the one thing I noticed time after time after time is that this planet is dying. It really is. But it can be saved. And I went to the White House recently and got to meet the president. And the president told me, Sherry, you need to go out there and continue doing what it is you do in your community after you left the military. Continue to serve. Continue the mission. And I said, rats. I knew that there was strings attached to this party. So in the military, after I left, I started a company called Vet Net Zero. It's a sustainability company. I did it with my sister company, New Wind, and it's to provide products to the entire world that will help them save money and save the environment. And after I met with the president, I went to my sister's house and started talking about an LED bulb. I can talk about LED bulbs honestly for hours, and you don't want me to do that today. But we got talking, and my 10-year-old niece is sitting there going, and then it eventually turned into fundraisers. She started talking about the fundraisers. She's 10. And then she said, well, I really think we shouldn't sell candy bars. We should sell light bulbs. Yeah, Sherry, we should sell your LED light bulbs. And I went, wow. And because she's 10 and she didn't know better, she didn't sign a mutual non-disclosure agreement. And I took her idea and I said, wow, let's do this. And I went back to Nashville, where I live, and talked to the people I worked with and said, what if we were to teach kids about the benefits of an LED bulb, $10 LED bulb, and have them go out and start teaching everybody else about the benefits of an LED bulb? And not just that, let's give them LED light bulbs to sell, and they can make money off every LED bulb that they sell for their schools. Well, there's 56 million school kids, and if every one of them changes one bulb, just one bulb, that would be $110 million for schools. That's a lot of money, 101 bulb. Well, it doesn't do just that. Kids can go ahead and make $110 million, but it also gives children the opportunity to have a stake in their future. How many times do kids feel like they're not empowered? They're going to end up inheriting an earth that if we give them this opportunity, they can actually change it. So we made a website, we made educational materials, and we've given it to them, and they're actually running with it. They can send people to a website, and they can buy a bulb and change it with the goal of not just $110 million for their schools, but how about closing down 5 coal plants? That is possible in 1 year. If every household in this country bought one of those kids' bulb, in 1 year we would shut down 5 coal plants. I got nothing against coal miners, but we would be making more jobs at the same time. As more LED technology becomes normal, becomes the routine, we create jobs at the same time. 5 coal plants. That is a lot of coal. It also creates an environment of new knowledge. Remember the time when we didn't have recycling? And then our kids came home and said, Mom, you're supposed to recycle that? Well, we ended up recycling because our kids told us to. It's how it started. You know, it was a grassroots movement of kids coming home and making us feel guilty. So nowadays, it's the norm. And then I did realize, how much power do these kids have? If my daughter can talk me into buying a Snuggie, which is a bathrobe you wear backwards, she can talk me into buying a $10 light bulb. And I know the power that these kids have. So if we don't do something now, these kids are not going to have an earth that is what we had growing up. Remember the Indian crying? How many of you guys are, can you remember that? Okay, there used to be one with that, and it always made me feel real bad, and then it did. It changed the world. We need that again now. These kids have an opportunity with a simple LED $10 bulb. KidsLightTheWorld.com. We're signing up schools, we're signing up supporters. This is one of the most exciting things in education that I think can happen to them. And please be a part of the change with them. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rob Gordon.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank our veterans truly for their service to this great country of ours. I'm a veteran of 26 years. And I also want to appreciate, though, the service and the contributions that they're making to other sectors. I'm going to talk about that today, how veterans innovate, how veterans create ideas and execute, specifically in the technology sector. And it's appropriate I do that here at Google, one of our premier technology companies of the world, but also one of our premier human interaction companies of the world, whether humans are interacting with machines or other human beings. I'm going to talk about these technologies today. 3. You know, after 26 years of service, I went off to the world of social entrepreneurism for a while and finally ended up last year as the chief strategy officer of a technology company called Apex Labs. Apex has created Terminator vision for the military and is now using that technology to bring smart glasses and an experience of looking through smart glasses to other human beings, to consumers eventually, but in the commercial and industrial sector. I'm going to talk about that technology today. I'm very excited about it. But 2 other technologies as well, so you get to know how veterans are contributing to the technology space in very important and meaningful ways. I'm going to present to you a challenge, first by saying, if only, and then I will talk about the solution to that challenge. So look for if only in terms of smart glasses and what we call skylight. Another challenge in terms of how Ride Scout addresses transportation woes in this country. And a final challenge in terms of how we connect too quickly and how we can slow those connections down. If only we were hands-free. Think about all the devices that we have. I don't know about you all. I have 6 digital devices. 5 of them in my briefcase right now I carry around with me all the time. My briefcase feels like a barbell, literally, while I'm walking. If only I could be free of that. I'm pecking and pushing and looking. If only I could be heads up. I'm constantly looking down at my digital devices. I'm walking across streets. I have to put them down now while I'm driving a car. But we're looking down all the time, many times talking to each other, but not, because we're looking at our devices. If only. How can we change those environments to connect more meaningfully and more powerfully? Let me show you a scene. It's beautiful. As you look at it, we've seen this sort of scene across the United States and the world. But you'll notice in that scene, there are some additional features that usually when you look out across a dale, you wouldn't see. They're glows. You see about 3 or 4 of them. And in the scene, you see a reticle in the middle of the scene. Those glows are information. They're data. They're things. They're people. They are places. And you can activate them and bring them to you through a technology called Skylight. Now, to do that, of course, you need smart glasses. I'm at Google, and we all know about Google Glass, and you'll see it actually in the picture here. Along with other smart glasses, there are over 20 smart glass makers worldwide. This is the form factor through which you look, and you can see the world around you. But we can now augment that world with information and data in the form of North Stars. That's what you're looking at in terms of those glows. How you activate it is with your head and your eyes. You turn your head so that you put that reticle over that glow, and then you stare at it. And in about a half second, it comes to life, like this one, a North Star, where it's a person by the name of William Brooks. We see who William is. We see how far away he is from us, in fact. And there's an icon so he can share in real time information with us. It could be a video. It could be a picture. But that sort of interaction, the collapse of time and space and distance, is what veterans and civilians and former government employees are working on. It's a powerful technology when you think about deskless workers, people who need to be hands-free to do their jobs better, like doctors and nurses and field services workers in oil fields or field workers for news. Think about all those people, the millions of people that could be better off, hands-free, heads up, and in real time. With information like this, beacons, glows to bring you data when you need it, sharing among yourselves and collaborating, this is a technology that veterans are helping to work on today and potentially will change the world. If only we could do something about congestion of our roadways. I live in the Washington, D.C. area. You can imagine when I'm driving my car, because I'm one of those single occupants, along with the millions of other single occupants across the United States. I suspect I have some of them in this room, driving and rocking out to Skrillex. But at the same time, of course, emissions abound. There must be a better way to do something about congestion and emissions and car accidents with the millions of cars on the road with just one occupant. 2 veterans are working on that. They're working on a solution that brings together and aggregates all in a city of the options to find a ride, either on a bus, either with a friend, either in another sort of vehicle. So you don't have to shop in many, many, many different areas, even on your mobile device. It aggregates all that for you. It is multinodal versus multimodal. So you can combine different nodes of transportation through RideScout, and you can get from point A to point P to point C very quickly and in real time, sharing that information as well. 2 veterans are working on that. And this is the point of what I want to talk to you about. It is that our veterans are contributing in so many meaningful ways to thinking about innovations and then executing those to make the world a better place. If only we would slow down our communications of consequence. I want to tell you that I find myself checking my email at work, my email at home, my voicemail at work, my voicemail at home, SMXs and texts and you name it, from Facebook to tweets. Oh my goodness, are we busy, busy people. Think about the billions of texts and emails and tweets that go out daily. The speed at which they move, the words that they use. The functional words. When you connect with a friend or a colleague, but are they meaningful words? Are they words of consequence that build and develop relationships? Because we're moving so fast in what I call fast social. There's a veteran who was deployed to Iraq who appreciated the preciousness of letters that he received, especially in other far-off places. The degree to which he had to slow down to read them, to feel the parchment that caused him to reminisce and reflect. And he created Letters. Letters is a cloud and online solution where you can actually create a letter that can be mailed for you. That gets back to this notion of using meaningful words as we slow down to think about loved ones and colleagues and others we want to build relationships with. Letters does that. It combines the technology that we have today in terms of cloud and mobile with old school letter writing. Something many times our kids don't even know how to do. But in this new world, at a place like Google, we know that we can empower people through technology, but at the same time, combine it with old technologies to ensure that human interactions remain rich and meaningful. Three technologies that veterans are working on or veterans are leading on. And the reason I wanted to mention this is that our veterans are more than civic assets. They are an important part of our human capital for this country as we move and navigate into this new century of ours after 12 years of war. If only we provide our veterans with further opportunities to innovate and create and ideate in the world of technology, America will be a better and richer place. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Joe Klein.
Have I turned this on? Is this on? Ah, maybe that does it. Yes. Hi, everyone. I'm really thrilled and honored to be here. You may be wondering what a old, and I mean old, political columnist like me is doing as a moderator for a program like this. Well, I wouldn't be here if I hadn't been over there, if I hadn't embedded in Iraq and Afghanistan and watched these people do what they did there. I mean, you just saw 5 inspirational, excellent citizens of the United States. And they all talked about the future. But they didn't tell you what they were doing over there. And as Chris said at the very beginning, that's something that we civilians need to ask them. I started embedding after I spent some time learning about counterinsurgency warfare with General Petraeus and his team, who happened to be the most intellectually rigorous group of people that I'd ever met. And once General Petraeus took over in Iraq, I felt the need to go there. I broke a written agreement with my wife that I did in a drunken frenzy in Nicaragua after I had done something really stupid. But once I got over there and I started seeing what they were doing, I was amazingly impressed. In particular, I went back several times times to a town called Sanjare, which is just west of the city of Kandahar. When I first went there, it was 80% Taliban controlled, the region around it. And I watched a young captain from the 4th Infantry Division named Jeremiah Ellis and his first sergeant named Jack Robinson. He was from Oklahoma. And I watched them send out their troops to crowdsource the town, to ask the people, the residents of the town, what sort of public works they wanted to have built. People of the town wanted the American troops. They were wary at first, obviously, because if you were seen talking to Americans, the chances were you might get a night letter from the Taliban, or you might wind up hanging from a lamppost, as 4 people in the next town over just had been. But eventually they began to talk, and they talked about how they really wanted to reopen the school that the Canadians had built and the Taliban had closed and booby-trapped. So Captain Ellis's job was just beginning at this point. He had to take that idea to the local town council, to the local shura. And for those of you who have served in Afghanistan, you understand that the local shuras are not the most honest governing bodies on the face of the planet. And in fact, in this case, and as in many other cases, what they really wanted us to spend our public works money on was to build a new canal out to the area where the local warlord had land, and also the local police chief, so that they could grow more poppies out there. And Captain Ellis was willing to negotiate because it might provide jobs, but then he found out that the local warlord had made a deal with the Taliban to give him 50% of the profits off the poppies and half the wages that we would be paying the local workers. So back to the school. He had to get approvals for the school through 6 different bureaucracies, 3 on our side, 3 on the Afghan side. And he managed to do that. And one day I was out on patrol with Captain Ellis, and we went to a house, a compound, that he wanted to use as a overview site the night before he was to go in and reopen the school, just to make sure that the Taliban weren't coming in that night and setting up more booby traps or preparing an ambush. And he talked to the guy who owned the house, who is a local landowner. And I remember we walked in, and he sat down, he took off his helmet, he put his rifle off to the side. The body language was absolutely perfect. It was unthreatening, it was respectful. He really knew how to talk to this guy. And I had this epiphany, which was, if Jeremiah Ellis can do this over here under fire, and we were being mortared pretty frequently, and there were IEDs, if Jeremiah Ellis could do this over here under fire, he could come back to Iowa and run for governor. And in fact, I came to the conclusion that this generation of troops had been trained in a different way from other American military forces. And it was a way that pointed them in the direction of entrepreneurialism on one hand and public service on the other hand. So, Tony, I appreciate what you said about being a little bit uncomfortable when people say, thank you for your service. But, and in a lot of cases, it's become kind of a joke among people I know who are veterans, because it's thank you for your service, but I'm not so sure I want to hire you because I'm afraid you're going to shoot up the office. So here's what I say, and it comes from Eric Greitens, the founder of The Mission Continues. I say to veterans, thank you for your service. We still need you. So come on up, guys, let's talk about it. I'm going to try and bring the rest of you in very quickly. But I want to ask the panel a question first, and it's this. You have all come from a very tight community where people have each other's back, where people care for each other, where people are involved in really important work, sometimes life and death work. And you've come back to a country where those values aren't, as Jake said, aren't as closely held as they once were. What do you see in civilian society when you come back? What part of your military experience can civilians learn from? Anybody want to go? Jake.
Sure. I see a lot of potential. You're right. My experience in the military, I served in the Marine Corps infantry, in Iraq, and I served in a Marine sniper platoon in Afghanistan. I did see these virtues that I now hold near and dear to my heart. Virtues like courage and honor, and sacrifice and love. And that exists in the civilian world. It exists in America today. I don't think it exists at the same level as it does in the military. Certainly in some pockets of society it does. But what that means is that we have so much potential to get better. We're still a great nation. We still are leading the world into this next century. But we can do so much better. And we have an opportunity to help us get better by, I think, bringing some of those virtues back with us out of the military.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I think, though, that we have to be careful to think that, or to say that values in the military aren't the values of our society. They are, because we're Americans, and we went into the military with those values. Now, the concentration, basically, of those attributes are very important in periods of conflict, because under stress and engagements, those values really build teamwork, respect for others, courage, those sorts of attributes that are important to getting our mission done. But we are Americans at the end of the day, and we have been brought up here to embrace those values and then rely upon them in periods of conflict.
I think that's absolutely right. And I think you sort of see these values concentrated in the military, and they really come out in those tough situations. But I sort of alluded to it in my talk. That cross-country cycling trip, it took about 67 days. There were 30 of us, 30 young people. That was the closest experience I'd ever had to my experience as a platoon leader in Iraq. The same, having one another's back. We were all focused on a mission. We're going from one side of the country to the other. It's going to be physically demanding. It's going to be physically taxing. It's going to be dangerous at times. And those exact same values that I saw sort of start to form organically in a platoon in combat were also very true with the folks who I was volunteering with, who were all college students, in the civilian world. So those attributes are present amongst those who serve, and that's really exciting to me.
I would say just the dedication to the mission. In the field of education at my high school, there's 9th graders that currently read at a 3rd or 4th grade level right now, and in the military, I was taught you find a way to accomplish the mission. Failure is not an option. And so in the field of education right now, we need to really figure out how to make sure that dedication to the mission, not accepting failure, to get these students and change their life trajectory as possible.
Well, one of the things, I employ mostly veterans, so I kind of get around all this a little bit. So, the infectiousness of can-do. I worked around the Seabees a lot, and the Seabees, they say can-do, and that's a very optimistic statement that you make. And when you take that back into the civilian sector and you say, we can do this, you hear a lot less why nots. Why can't we do this? We can do this, because that's the way we were in the military. We never gave an excuse on why something could not be done. So especially when you're in my line of work, you have to have that kind of can-do spirit and get other people as enthusiastic about what it is that they do. So.
Well, let me push back a little bit. Meanwhile, anybody who has questions, there are 2 microphones that are set up here. I should have said that earlier. If you want to come up and ask something. You've all been very diplomatic. I'm not known for being that diplomatic. And, when I went out with Team Rubicon to Moore, Oklahoma, the thing that I sensed among the incredible veterans who came there to helped clean up after the tornadoes last Memorial Day was a kind of relief and a kind of renewed sense of purpose. And you know, when you talk about the problems of this generation, things like post-traumatic stress, you know, in my mind, a good part of that is moving from this tight community to civilian life, which Natasha Young, who is one of the staff of the Mission Continues, said that she left the Marine Corps and deployed to Camp Couch, where she was the commanding general, and the only responsibility was to stay there. And I think that the contrast, you know, part of the transition problem for a lot of people in the military is going from a life of purpose to a life where you're not asked anything. And, you know, Adam, in the case of, there's a lot of pushback now against organizations like Teach for America among members of the education establishment. There's a lot of pushback against the whole notion of service. And I'm wondering whether you are concerned about this and how you think we can extend. I mean, the other thing that the staff of the Mission Continues calls civilians is the 99%. I mean, who mentioned that veterans represent 1% of this population? My goal is that someday, 15 or 20 years from now, if you go for a significant job interview, one of the questions you're going to be asked, if you want to work at Google, or if you want to work, if you want to get tenure at Harvard, or if you want to run for office, is where did you serve? So do you have ideas about how we can expand this out? I know you welcome civilians in Team Rubicon projects. They organized 10,000 civilians to do Sandy. And by the way, thanks. That's my old neighborhood, Rockaway Beach.
It's a nice neighborhood.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, it was at the beach. Nobody wants to ask questions. Come on, guys. Go ahead. A response to the Sun Service?
I had an interesting experience 2 days ago. I did a TED Talk at TEDx Amsterdam, and really the purpose of the talk was how are we going to challenge these veterans coming home globally with all these 43 nations that contributed troops to Iraq and Afghanistan. Forgetting all the politics behind the wars, now we have this new generation of veterans, and what are we going to do with them to try to make the world better? And that was the focus of the talk. And afterward, I had a lot of people from Amsterdam come up to me and they said, you know, you kept talking about service. It's a foreign concept here. You know, our government takes care of all these things that you're talking about. And I thought to myself, like, well, that's a scary concept for the United States. You know, the idea that we are going to, as citizens, give up our responsibility as neighbors, as citizens to one another. We're gonna give up that responsibility to help each other, whether in education, whether in disaster response, whether in raising children, whatever it is, that we're going to give up that responsibility. I think that's part of the problem, is that we don't view this as our responsibility to help ourselves, to help our neighbors. It's not a blow against government or government institutions. That's just simply saying, like, this is our responsibility collectively. It's not a veteran's responsibility, it's a citizen's responsibility to help one another. So how do we get back to that? How do we get back to that ideal? That's what we were founded on. So how do we get back to it? Because we've kind of lost it.
Well, I have kind of a different view. I think we have a lot of civilian service opportunities around this country in which our military members can serve. Teach for America is a perfect example, City Year. There are other civilian service organizations. This millennial generation actually serves quite a bit. When you take a look at the facts in terms of education, in terms of the environment, there are those sorts of opportunities. So I think the challenge is, how do we combine those two worlds to actually enhance service across the country? 70% of our military population lives in the civilian sector. They do not live on installations across the country. They actually live in our communities. So I think there are actually opportunities, basically, if we are much more thoughtful and much more aggressive about kludging the two.
But Ron, what about getting more civilians involved?
Well, you know, we have to find pathways for civilians to get involved. When I travel across the country, civilians are asking, how do I get involved? So I think a challenge that we have, well, there are those service opportunities that I just talked about, first of all. The second is we're finding more organizations, nonprofit, for-profit, and military, that have now come up in this new world of supporting and empowering our military community that provide those sorts of opportunities too. So they're out there. We just need to ensure we're steering people in the right direction.
I would probably add that, you know, I think it's really valuable and important to sort of break down, you know, some of these, not myths about veterans and those who serve. There's so much value when civilians and veterans, you know, serve together. You know, I sort of look at, there is a huge need in this world, in this country, for people to continue to serve and volunteer, and it has a big impact. But this sort of selfish side, you know, for me, there really was, it's good for the soul, you know. I think when, you know, I always sort of think of the image of, you sort of think of that aircraft carrier, old time, sort of World War II, and you sort of see the plane take off the deck and it sort of dips and then it comes back up, you know. And I sort of think of leaving military service, you're in that dip, and what makes you come back up or not is, are you serving, are you being engaged, are you finding meaningful opportunities to sort of continue to feel that valuable bond, and like you have purpose again. And so, you know, to the extent that it's possible to break down those barriers, continue to serve together, I think it's ultimately really valuable.
Yeah, I think I just use the analogy of like being in a firefight and I'm running out of ammunition and I need more support out there. I don't care who shows up to help, I just need help. I don't care if you're from the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, I don't care if you're from the Coast Guard. Show up and help. And it's the same thing in education, especially at Teach for America. They're trying to push people in the classrooms to help. Education opportunity gap exists. We need to talk about it. And we're looking for, at my school, TFA Corps members, teachers coming from regular education programs. Whoever's willing to jump in and provide that support, you're on my team. And it's about the mission. It's about getting these kids to where they need to go. Let's not talk about the pushback, just give us some support.
I haven't really experienced that much pushback, but I deal with, well, I come from the volunteer state to begin with. So, but when you go into a classroom, I have found that those kids really do want to get involved. They want to be part of the experience of changing the country. And as a mother and a former military person, I indoctrinated my child to have the social responsibility that it's our world, that we have to fix it together. So I think it's a parental issue as well as it is, you know, I mean, we can't let parents off the hook, but as military people, I'm sure you guys have taught your children the same exact thing, right? So I think it's installing those values in our young people and indoctrinating them kind of like in the classroom. I have not had any kind of a pushback from that at all. It's been nice.
One quick follow-up, you know, it is a world also, I would say, of social media. So we do talk about our parents, but our kids connect in much more powerful ways, and their connections are much more broad. So I think, you know, connecting basically with our young generation around these sort of service opportunities is essential, because they're empowered basically to connect among themselves and spread the word.
Good morning. Thank you guys for your service. My name is Wayne Robinson. I've spent a number of years in the military. I'm with Student Veterans of America. And can you talk a little bit about the level of responsibility that we've placed on these young 18, 19-year-olds to not just do as has been in a number of wars, but these guys have to be able to think and make decisions on the ground. And it always surprised me and amazed me at being able to come 2 years removed from high school, and they're operating in theater and making decisions. And I think the average person may not realize that. Can you guys touch on that? Thanks.
Were all of you officers?
I was.
You were enlisted as well? So I was enlisted after getting a college education. So I was you know, serving alongside the 18-year-old men in my situation. And you're absolutely right, sir. It's a different war, and because of the counterinsurgency principles that we enacted in 2007 in Iraq and later in Afghanistan, we had to rely on our NCOs more and more. You know, in my talk, when I asked where are we going to find this leadership, I didn't say we're going to go find the lieutenants and the captains that got out, although obviously they're tremendous leaders. It's the NCOs that I talked about. It's the 22-year-old, 23-year-old that was a corporal or a sergeant in Iraq that led 10, 12, 13 individuals overseas that I think is really the backbone of the military. And you know, they were given such tremendous authority overseas. I mean, I'm sure as captains in combat units, you guys relied on these corporals and sergeants, 21 years old, to make life and death decisions every single day. I mean, I would love to hear your guys' perspective on it, because you were the ones giving guys like me orders, and the buck didn't stop with us; it stopped with you. But you were willing to give us that opportunity to try and fail. You know.
Yeah, I think I would simply echo that, and I think that's absolutely right. And I think that's one of those pieces that we sort of make this case that veterans can be real assets in the workplace, and it goes really back to that point. You know, I had young 20-something-year-olds who were sergeants in the military who were responsible for millions of dollars of equipment, tight, precise schedules, in the absolute worst conditions. And it's sort of just, there really is this Boilermaker that creates these very good leaders who I think you'll be and incredibly excited to employ and engage, and you'll be really excited to see the results.
Yeah, I would add a number of things. Unit cohesion is first. You know, you find that at first-in-class organizations. Imagine here at Google, it's the same thing, where you develop trust and confidence, basically, among those in your unit or your organization. The second, and I think it's a very important point for America, is our diversity. The fact that we are such a diverse country, bringing together young people in the military, for example, at a very early age to deal with, accept, and value diversity. That's key in terms of how our military operates, and as a result, how veterans then move into organizations and are able to value and leverage diversity to make those organizations better. It's something you find in the military as well.
One thing I would add to that is that at the end of his time in the Army, I interviewed General Petraeus. It was his last interview, and I asked him what he was proudest of. And it wasn't stuff that he did downrange. It was the retraining of the United States Army, which is a major revolution. I mean, we don't see government agencies changed in the way that the Army changed itself. The Marines were already there, right, Jake? Maybe.
We'd probably like to think so.
Yes. But what he said was that the purpose of the training was to equip our warriors with the ability to make moral decisions under pressure on the basis of incomplete information. Now, if you're an employer out there, that's a pretty good quality to have in an employee. I've talked to Brian Stan, who is a Marine captain, who is an ultimate fighter, middleweight, and runs an employment agency for veterans in Atlanta. And he tells employers there is no decision that you can ask them to make that will be harder than the decisions that they've already made. There is no pressure situation that you can put them in that will be greater than the pressures they've already experienced. Next question.
Hi, Sean So. I'm here with Forbes Online. I'm also an 8-year veteran in the Army Reserves, and also, disclosure, I'm a member of Team Rubicon here in New York. But this is not about Team Rubicon. I write a lot about Forbes and the disconnect I think veterans feel between the opportunities that we're presented with for job opportunities and also what we feel that we can provide companies when we work for them. There's a frustration that I see where veterans are being told that they have the skills necessary to help transition these companies and to be better organizations and the leadership skills. But what I find is there are leaders within companies, when they hire them, the motivation that we all have wanting to make change and make a difference sort of gets slowed down puts back into first gear, and there's a disconnect between the expectations of what we think we can bring and what corporations think they can develop within veterans. So my question is how can you sort of address these concerns of this disconnect between the corporate expectations of an employee and what veterans want to bring to the table, and sort of the morale issue that really faces them?
Yeah, we need to continue to educate both our corporate and other sectors about both the advantages of hiring veterans and some of the support agencies and activities that we have available for them. And as a result, I think that key knowledge will set expectations in the right way. I will also say that it's important to effectively transition our veterans out of the active duty to make sure we've got the kind of services and training and education and systems, especially human systems of support, available, so those expectations are also set. So we have commensurate expectations, both with the veterans moving into different sectors and also the expectation of those sectors' leadership in what to expect.
Yeah, I agree. Every sergeant started a private, and they have to remember that. No matter how talented they were when they joined the Army or the Navy or the Marine Corps, they were a private first. They had to learn how to follow before the Army let them lead. It's the same thing in the civilian world. You're not going to sidestep out of a squad leader billet and straight into the exact opportunity that you're looking for in the civilian sector. If you do, you're lucky. Chances are that they want to see you prove something. And so you have to prove that followership before you prove that leadership. And you have to make that impact from below before you can really start to make it from above. I think that that's maybe the expectation management that you're talking about.
Yeah.
But I think that veterans need to understand that. They should. They were a private before they were a sergeant.
Or you can start your own business.
Yeah, you can. Good point. And that's a very important point that you just make. This is why oftentimes even veterans will look at skill sets, for example, that they've accrued in the military and think, well, I've got to do something in line with that. No. If you want to be an artist, that's fine. It is a chance for a new beginning as well. So I think it's a very important point that you make. You can seek opportunities with this wellspring, I think, of new skills.
And veteranpreneurs are probably the fastest growing entrepreneurial group.
But there's one specific area where we could do a lot better as a society, and maybe the general would want to comment on this afterwards. The transition of skilled members of the military into the civilian workforce is unnecessarily complicated. Because of the need for licensing and credentialing.
Yep.
If you were driving convoys or driving MRAPs and dodging IEDs in Afghanistan, and you want to become a truck driver in Ohio, it takes 6 months and $10,000. That's ridiculous. I imagine that anybody who ever drove an MRAP can handle I-80. Also, we're light 70,000 welders in this country. There is a jobs mismatch. A lot of those people in the military, what I would really like to see is the military set up a system of credentialing and licensing that the states would then have to accept. Okay, next question.
Good morning. I'm Edward Schrank from Fifth Third Bank and the Veteran Leaders Program. I wanted to thank you for contributing your time to this panel. In 1980, 59% of the CEOs of large publicly traded companies had a military background. In 2009, it's 8%. And I wanted to get your insights on what you think will be the critical variable for this generation of veterans that will differentiate whether or not we're going to become part of the next great generation of leaders or not.
It's interesting, man, this technology company, because it's really a window into the future, right? I talked about smart glasses a little bit. It's different, it's wearable technology. We know that that's coming. But what's interesting then are the kind of secondary and tertiary opportunities and businesses that will evolve from that. I think having the opportunity to be entrepreneurs, to go to companies and ideate and create, it is a great strength of America. We may have some warts. We've been talking about those over these years. But one thing we are is We're innovators. We think about new ways of doing things. It's easy to start companies. This great diversity of ours we can leverage from the military because we appreciate it and we value it. So I think we got to get with it at the end of the day.
Well,
and I want to end by getting back to setting expectations. I think these sorts of fora where we can share knowledge about the great civic assets that veterans have will help, I think, in terms of leadership, understanding the great strengths our veterans do, taken to different communities. Yeah.
I think right now more than ever, we need, as people who've transitioned out, to be mentors to those. And there is no mentorship program that I know of where you adopt yourself, a person who's getting out of the military, as somebody who's already successfully transitioned. And it's something that's been talked about but not done yet. So if we created a mentoring program, I think we would take up a lot of the slack and give them real life experience, share some of the things we've done.
I think one thing I'd like to add to that is there's also there's a responsibility on the veteran as well that I think that we really sometimes need to address, and veterans ourselves need to do a better job of I was sort of joking in my talk about the sort of believing the hype, but there is a need for humility and patience, and I think that's what's going to be necessary to get back to a higher number of veterans serving as CEOs in the future, is recognizing it's great that there's that motivation and that passion to start our own companies, but not all of us get to be entrepreneurs, not all of us get to start our own companies. So some of us have to, we have to put our heads down and work hard and recognize, hey, I was in charge of 64 soldiers and $40 million. That's something that someone very late in their career gets to do. I did that in the military, but late in their career, that's when I can do that again. So I need to humble myself and recognize there's a process here that I need to learn the language, learn the lay of the land, learn the rules, learn the culture in the corporate sector in order to be successful and make it to the top.
Ed, your statistics actually shed light on why we're here today. 1980 was 30 years after those veterans from World War II were getting out of college from using their GI Bill in 1950. 2009 is 30 years after Vietnam. And we know the difference in how society brought those veterans home. So it's a little early to wonder why our generation of veterans isn't serving as CEOs yet. Some of them naturally are because they're blazing their own trail. But 30 years down the line is when we'll be able to look back and issue a grade for how society brought this generation of veterans back, and that's why this is so important.
Okay, over here.
I think she was ahead of me.
Okay, go ahead.
Now I'm not ready. I thought I was going next. Choosing between two questions. Okay, I think I've chosen. My name's Laura, and I work at a really new shaving brand, actually, called Harry's. I do their social innovation work, and we partnered with The Mission Continues and Cityyear, actually. And our giving model is that we give 1% of our sales and 1% of our time. So every Harry's employee has to serve 25 hours a year, is how we calculate it. So I'm going to be in charge of measuring our impact. And when it comes to measuring service, I feel like the traditional measure and metric is hours, which you can then calculate into sort of dollars. But I feel like there are a lot of other benefits to service. And I'm wondering if you could articulate those other benefits and give your guess at how to measure them. Yeah, this is kind of for you, Tony.
Yeah, I was hoping to dodge it. It's really hard because I sort of mentioned that how valuable and impactful service is to the soul, and that's one of those sort of fuzzy, intangible things that does get tough. And I will say, having worked in the nonprofit sector, it's also one of the biggest challenges is, especially when you're talking to a potential funder and you want to show the impact and the tangible metrics that you're doing there. So I will slightly punt and say that discipline is incredibly necessary. It is a challenge that I personally don't fully understand and don't know how to solve. But we naturally sort of shift into this sort of time is money mentality. And you're right, that is not always the most precise way. But ultimately, in my talk, I really do think that one of the other benefits is just sort of what that does culturally for your workforce and for your company. It's small, but I think it establishes values in a way that creates a workforce that's so much more productive. And so, part of it is some science where we need to be disciplined and have metrics, but it's also partially art. How is it soothing the soul? How is it creating an environment where you work that is empowering, exciting, and I think when you recognize we're not turning over as many employees and training new people, and people seem really dedicated to their work, and they find even more value in some of the mundane things because they're excited and engaged by the ways they get to give back. Those are hard to measure, but they ultimately they do matter.
Yeah, it would seem to be most companies who are socially responsible have CSR, corporate social responsibility strategies. Oftentimes they can mix up inputs with outputs. I mean, it would seem to me that your veterans would be an input to what it is that you're trying to achieve as a company in terms of your social responsibility, whether that's education, whether that's bringing kids out of poverty, et cetera, et cetera. So I would counsel looking at the veteran as more of one of your independent variables that then affects what it is that the company is trying to achieve socially.
Okay, we have 3 more questions over on this side.
Craig Newmark, I do customer service for a website, but more importantly, at the VA Center for Innovation, I'm now recently in their Entrepreneur in Residence program. Although in the spirit of truth in packaging, I insist that my title is a nerd in residence. Sounds like a joke, isn't? Right now, allegedly, there's now 46,000 organizations that are supposed to be helping out vets and MILFAMs. There's a few directories that are trying to get some traction, helping people find help from a nonprofit or whatever in their area. I hear that none of them have gained traction. There's glimmers of hope for the National Resource Directory, the new version. Has anyone heard of anything actually proving useful? And actually for the audience, if anyone hears anything or has concrete suggestions for transition assistance or backlog reduction, email me at craig@craigslist.org. But anyway, any of these directories have any traction?
Jake, you want to talk about POSREP?
Sure. I suffered a tragedy that's all too common in the military 2.5 years ago. My sniper partner committed suicide in Houston, Texas, and when we were at his memorial service down there, we discovered that there were 3 Marines that lived within 10 miles of him that none of them knew that the other was around, and so there was this peer support network that was there that just hadn't been discovered yet. So I wrote a business plan for a company that I then founded and somebody else runs called POSREP, and the idea is that we can create a mobile proximity-based social network for the veteran community. It's putting Facebook in the palm of your hand. It's only on mobile, and it only allows you to discover the veterans that are actually near you, not necessarily the ones that you knew, the ones that you don't know that are near you and that you can connect with, that can recreate that new peer network. And the next iteration of what we're trying to do, Craig, is use that same technology, this social discovery, this local discovery, to connect veterans with resources that are actually around them, that are actually relevant. So if we can get information from their profile that says that they are looking for a job or they're looking to use their GI Bill benefits, if you're in Omaha, Nebraska, you don't need to know about the mental health counseling in Los Angeles or what UCLA is offering veterans for education. You need to know what the University of Nebraska Omaha is doing and where the certifying official is, for your post 9/11 GI Bill benefits. It's all local, and that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I think the addition, I had the privilege of overseeing our military community for 2 years, and what I came to know was the difficulty at how we outreach to our veterans once they're back in those communities. We are a system of American federalism after all. We have 50 states. So it's a real partnership. And to tell you the truth, we still need a lot of work with this respect. But it really is a partnership, I think a multi-level partnership. And it crosses our sectors, but it also crosses our levels of government to be able to effectively reach out and connect with our veterans and support and care for their needs. So I'm glad you've started that. We need more of that, but then it's about that collaboration, I think, at those different levels.
Imagine a veteran walking around Omaha with glasses and he just sees other veterans all around him.
Actually, yes.
Let's talk.
My name is Kim Morton. I am here from Hiring Our Heroes. I do communications for HOH, and that actually led right into my question. My question was, how are each of your groups, Team Rubicon, Service Nation, APX we've heard about, of course, but using technology to further your mission? The people-to-people is great, very important. but it could be the difference between reaching 10 and 10,000. So how are
Good
you
point.
using social?
Yeah.
How are you using technology to further and spread your message?
Yeah, I'll start with some of the technology pieces. One of the things that we're very focused on at Apex Labs is assistance to our veterans with respect to telemedicine and remote medicine. A perfect example is what you can do with smart glasses that you put on medical personnel, like let's say doctors and nurses, that are able to connect in real time regardless of distance, basically, with veterans who are in need. So you can employ human to human and human to machine to human new technologies in very, very powerful ways because they're real time, and you can then transmit problems and issues associated with not only veterans but others that you can work on more immediately. So we're working on those sorts of real-time technologies now. I think will be very important.
And I think those technologies exist. I currently work for Cisco Systems. This isn't a commercial or a plug, but we sort of tend to think about these sorts of challenges, and technology actually really can play a great part in. I think about sort of military spouses who are a disparate group of folks who are all over the country, and you can think about some of these really powerful collaborative technologies that Google is creating, or Cisco is creating, or Microsoft is creating to allow them to engage in meaningful work from wherever they are. And so I think those aspects are exciting for veterans and military spouses as well.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Melky. I'm an Army veteran. This may seem like a very simple question, and it's not the most diplomatic, but I would really appreciate hearing all of your opinions on it. I've run into some veterans and some civilians who don't recognize or understand the magnitude of the civilian-military divide, and I would just appreciate hearing why all of you think it's so important that we help bridge that and how we can best do that. Thank you.
Sometimes I'm concerned, honestly, that we talk about it so much that it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The civil-military divide exists, but I think at times, and maybe some people will hate hearing me say this, I think we're trying to shed so much light on it that we're making it more than it needs to be. Do you think there's any truth to that?
Completely resonates, yep, absolutely. And I think it's sort of this double-edged sword of, I am so thankful to be a veteran of this generation and to have been welcomed back into society by folks who seem genuinely supportive. But we've also done this sort of, heroic, sort of maybe overuse of the word hero and heroic status of every single veteran in a way where it creates this image that this is a person who I don't understand, or I'm hearing a lot about the problems that they're experiencing overseas, so I don't know if this guy is damaged goods. I don't know that I could ever relate to the horrors that he has seen, and the reality is most of a deployment is very, very boring, or most of the work is pretty mundane or pretty routine. But, we sort of create this mystification of veterans, and I think it does create a challenge that, again, I talk about sort of these service experiences, and all of a sudden, all those sort of different barriers and different backgrounds and different perspectives, they sort of all sort of fade away because we're all hammer and nails trying to build this house. Or we're all trying to get from point A to point B, and so I think it helps to get rid of some of that barrier when we just work side by side.
If I could just disagree, you work among veterans, and you, Jake, with Team Rubicon, have civilians out on your project, so you don't see the veteran-civilian divide. But I would say from the civilian side, it distresses me tremendously. I'll make a confession here. I've written 3 Time cover stories about veterans, and none of them sold. People just aren't interested in this, and that disturbs me. It disturbs me that they didn't know, as Chris said before, that they don't know what you were doing over there. They just think the military is salute, charge the hill, and come back with PTSD. And I think that that's something that is of great concern to me. And I will also say that the fact that people in civilian society don't have the values and disciplines and moral sense that comes with being part of this incredible community, I think is something that the rest of us are really missing. So I know that you guys have to be diplomatic. I don't have to be. I think civilians have an awful lot that they need to know about you that they don't know now. Yes, I guess this is going to be the last question.
Hi, I'm Jen Wilson from NBC and Army Week Association. We're hiring veterans and assisting the transition. I currently have a female PSYOP staff sergeant 2 months out of Afghanistan on my staff. And she does amazing work. She's our graphic designer and marketing expert. And she and I started to butt heads on a lot of things. And, you know, certain things that from a civilian I wouldn't have put up with, but I put up with them from a veteran for obvious reasons. Finally, at one point, she just started screaming at me about how difficult her transition period has been. And it literally never dawned on me. And then I'm thinking, my God, I've become part of the problem. Can you talk about how we as a civilian private sector can be more cognizant of that time period and how we can not be part of the problem and be more of an assistance?
Let me ask you this. Why did you said when you were explaining the situation that you treated her differently because she was a veteran. Why is that?
Because I truly respect what she did, and she did something that I wasn't, prepared to do. So I felt like I owed her at least that.
Were you walking on eggshells?
No, definitely not.
Okay. I mean, I guess, I don't know. I mean, everybody's situation is so unique. Yeah. I don't know that I've ever met somebody from a PSYOPs unit. I know exactly what they do, but I'm not sure I know anybody from a PSYOPs unit, so I can't relate to what her experience would have been. I'm not sure I can shed any light onto that situation, or even more broadly. I don't know if any of you guys can.
I think, I don't want to sort of end on a negative note, but this was what I experienced when I came back from my first deployment. There was this sort of feeling of, I don't want to hear about, in today's context, I don't want to hear about what the Kardashians, I don't want to hear about Miley Cyrus, you sort of start to see there's so many trivial things out doing this really challenging, epic sort of thing, and now I come back and nobody cares about it. Maybe a figure scrolls across the bottom of the news while they're talking about infotainment, and so there's sort of that challenge, and I don't have an answer to it, but I will say it does exist, and it is tough, and it is part of that, and it just took time. So, I agree, you want to avoid walking on eggshells around your veterans. You don't want to think of them as damaged goods, but there is some value in giving a little time and space, because it probably did take me about 6 months to stop scanning the side of the road when I drive down the street, and to not be so angry if someone cut me off. It does take a little bit of time to relax again. So.
Well, I work with a sister company, New Wind, that is completely civilian, and then there's my side of the house, which is more military oriented. But the way it's set up where I am is that I'm kind of the ombudsman to those military people that come in, and if there's any difficulties that they're having in their transition, usually my new Wind partner, Stuart, will come to me and talk to me about, is this an issue because the person's a veteran or whatever? And then I can use my judgment as former military and also as a civilian business owner and act as the ombudsman. And I think that maybe if your companies are truly interested in hiring veterans, understand that there are going to be differences. I don't want to call it baggage because it's not baggage. It's just a cultural difference, and it will take time for them to transition over. And if you appoint somebody who has the experience to maybe act as an intermediary, you could go talk to that person. The military person can go and use an ombudsman system just like the military uses for its military families. It's worked nicely for my company.
We're just about out of time here, and I want to thank all of you for doing this. And I personally want to add another thank you. Being downrange with you and now being back home with you has been the greatest privilege of my 45 years as a journalist. You've taught me an awful lot about leadership and about good spirits and about getting things done. And I'm going to close with a challenge to you guys. Do what Tony did. Run for office. I mean, we really need people who can get things done. Thanks so much. You've been a great audience.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much.
Okay, everybody. We're gonna take a break. There's some food and drinks in the back. If you're here in the room, if you're watching at home, go get your own food and drinks. But this is your chance right now. So the challenge for Veterans Day for Got Your Six this year is have a conversation with a veteran. So here's your chance. Go up there, and we'll be back in about 15 minutes. We have 4 more storytellers. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please begin to take your seats. The program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. The program will begin immediately. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Break is over and the program is ready to begin.
Who are the men and women who have served in the United States military? They are leaders, they're team builders, they are problem solvers. They are ready to return home and continue to serve. Each day, about 500 service members exit the military and re-enter civilian life. That's more than 1 million veterans who will return to our communities over the next 5 years. As they return, thank them for their service, but also empower them to be great by expecting great things of them. Help shift the perception of veterans by recognizing and valuing who they really are. Veterans are 1 in every 10 adult Americans. They are more likely than civilians to be employed, more likely to volunteer in their communities, and less likely to live in poverty. The reintegration of these veterans is not a problem, it's an opportunity. As doctors, teachers, service providers, business owners, and elected officials, veterans are leading the new greatest generation. So, who are the men and women who have served in the United States military? They are hope for the future, and they are returning home. It's now our duty to look ahead with them and ask them, what's next?
I like that video, and not just because I helped write it, but I like that video because it's really, I think, what we need to be thinking about when we think of veterans. And we talked earlier, again, thanks for your service is wonderful, but asking what's next is so much more important, and it really embodies what our storytellers are doing here today, and it also embodies a lot about what our next guest speaker is doing. Dr. Tommy Sowers is the Assistant Secretary of Veterans Affairs for Public and Intergovernmental Affairs. And he is also an Army veteran, 11 years in the Army, Special Forces, Green Beret, and he deployed to Kosovo and twice to Iraq. And really, right now, he is working with a really capable and influential team to kind of change the way that both veterans and civilians perceive the Department of Veterans Affairs. And I think in the coming weeks and months and years, you're going to see a lot of the results of what Tommy's been working so hard on. But right now, I'm going to let him talk to you all for a little while. So, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Tommy Sowers.
So, Chris, thank you so much for that kind introduction, and it is great to be here with you all. I'm here amongst citizens, which is great. We've talked a lot about this word, citizen, and I actually want to talk about idiots. Because most people don't realize that these words are intricately linked together. Now, my last job in the military was as a professor of American politics at West Point, and I used to start my class by writing this up on the board and just leaving it there, and eventually somebody would ask me, why'd you write idiots on the board? And I said, well, in Greece, citizenship wasn't automatically conveyed. There were multiple groups, and citizens had to participate in the issues of their time. They had to be involved. They had to serve in the military or go to the forum and participate. The idiotae were the rest of society. It was the part of society that was selfish, only kind of worried about their own concerns and needs and not worried at all about the issues of their time. So when we look at the VA, we're trying to tackle some big issues here. And this fundamental question for me is, how do we change this relationship? Not just a government that provides an earned benefit, but something more than that. How do we change that relationship and in so doing really create more citizens in the classical term of the definition? So the VA is big, very, very big. I didn't realize how big it is. It is the second largest cabinet agency. It is the largest integrated healthcare system in America, 151 hospitals, about 80 million patient visits a year. But we're more than that, too. We are the 8th largest home mortgage company. We provide $56 billion of benefits, the largest integrated cemetery system in America, and the list goes on and on and on. We are big, $151 billion every year, and 332,000 employees. That's bigger. Way bigger than the Marines, bigger than the Navy, bigger than the Air Force. It's big. So when you have a big agency like this, it tends to think maybe, well, we can just solve this problem on our own. We've created all these resources, we have this large organization, but we know that we are facing challenges that the VA alone can't solve. And many of you in this room have rolled up your sleeves and you're solving those problems that the VA cannot. Here's one of the big challenges that I look at. I'm in charge of the internal and external communications. And about 40% of veterans utilize one of our services, healthcare, home loan. How many veterans do we have in here right now? How many have used the post-9/11 GI Bill, home loans? Lots of hands still up. You all are in that 40%. But 60% do not come to us. And when we survey veterans, we find out that 59% know little to nothing about their benefits. Now, there's a high correlation between those two numbers. And the difference between if you're in that blue group than if you're in that white group is massive. We know the vast majority of veteran suicides happens in that white group and not in that blue group. We know that your economic outcomes are much greater if you own your home or if you're educated. But if people don't know about their benefits, shame on us. And we need help in order to do this. In the next few months and weeks, you're going to see our first major effort to do this. We partnered with the Ad Council. We have created something awesome. It is good. The Secretary shed a tear when he saw it. It is powerful. It is emotional, and it speaks to a common theme that all veterans share. I can't preview it today, but you'll know it when you see it. And we're going to start communicating with veterans and informing them about the benefits that they've earned. That's the near-term goal. The midterm goal is we want to learn about our customers so that Rob Gordon gets an email from the VA and says, Rob, you're getting up in age. Have you thought about this? And I get a different email. And no offense, Rob, but we want to create a personalized relationship with each one of those veterans out there. Many won't come to us, and we understand that, but they need to know about the benefits that they've earned. And the long term is fundamentally this, to change the way the government interacts with its citizens. And one of the reasons and one of the ways we do that is asking folks to do things. Now, the VA Center for Innovation is starting to do this. We've got a Nerd in Residence now. They're bringing in competitions. We're doing things differently inside the VA because we realize we need Craig Newmark to advise us. We need you to advise us, not just advise us. Come in and work with us. If you can work for an hour or 5 hours or 10 hours a month, we're figuring out ways in order to do that, to bring in that talent into the VA. So one of the problems that we're looking at right now, how can we turn our current customers into advocates? Now, a lot of tech folks have already figured this out. How do you make someone that goes to a restaurant actually write something and say this was a good restaurant? Well, Yelp has figured that out. And a lot of you use that when you go, and I use it all the time. How can we have our current customers who kind of love what we do and love the products start helping us take down that 60%? So that people know and understand their benefits. We need some sort of point system, some sort of badge system, some sort of way so that people are incentivized to share content, to talk to those veterans that they know that know nothing about us. Who could do this? We need a type of organization and a type of people that, you know, for a mile of ribbon, they'll conquer the world. For ribbons and badges, they will do incredible things. Who are these people? You guys know exactly who these people are. It's you. And that's one of the types of problems that we're trying to solve. We need your help. We need your ideas. We need your talent. And we need your assistance to make more citizens and fewer idiots. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Karen Corrington.
Thanks. Glad to be here. In the next 6 minutes, I'm going to tell you how this place, with your help, could be the most innovative place to work in America. Don't believe it's possible? Well, I'm a staffer in Congress, and I'm not a politician, and I'm here to tell you how we as citizens can help bring Congress from shutdown to startup. I've been very lucky in my career in public service so far. I worked as a C-17 pilot in the Air Force. I flew for a couple years, and now today I work as a staffer in the US Senate for Senator Tim Kaine from my home state of Virginia. And I joke that my job is kind of like being on the trading floor of policy. In an hour, I can deal with some of the toughest national security issues, ranging from Afghanistan to Syria to the GI Bill to taking phone calls from military families. But it's always struck me as interesting that one of these institutions, the military, has a 76% approval rating, while Congress only has an 11% approval rating. But yet, I'm the same person dedicated to the same mission, public service, and I work with a lot of great people in Congress with the same goal. So I started thinking, how can we in Congress do our jobs better? What can we learn from the startup community? And recently I was talking to a friend who works in Silicon Valley for one of the top innovative companies of our time. He works with startups every day, tackling some of the biggest issues. And he said to me, Karen, Congress is broken, it's irrelevant, we don't need it, and it's not even as good as TV. So I'm sure some of you are thinking the same thing. Congress is dysfunctional, it's broken, there's nothing we can do to fix it. Hey, believe me, I get it, I work there. You think you're frustrated with our nation's capital? Try dating in Washington, D.C. But I'm proposing that today we reimagine what our Congress could be. And that these two things, the startup community and the seat of democracy, are not nearly as different as we may think. And in fact, Congress can learn a lot from the startup culture. It all starts by reframing how we think about Congress. As a society, we've come to value companies like Uber or Pinterest or other startups and their ability to make change. But there's no reason that this same innovative thinking that's going on in Silicon Valley can't also happen on Capitol Hill. I mean, whether we like it or not, members of Congress can't live without Twitter. So Capitol Hill should be like 535 startups. Congressional offices have a lot in common, in fact. We are understaffed, we're under-resourced. There are 535 staffers just like me covering a huge portfolio. The Defense Department is a $600 billion agency, and they might be the only person covering that portfolio for their entire state or district. We're passionate about what we do. I can't think of anything that's more like a startup than working in a freshman senator's office where for 6 months we were in a basement, 35 people, with a backlog of 27,000 pieces of mail. And just like startups getting investors, getting your ideas ahead in Congress requires tenacity and persistence. So what can we do to do our jobs better? Imagine if you had as much faith in the decision-making power of Congress as in the smartphone in the palm of your hand. So is it any wonder that this is the smartphone of choice here in Congress? Kind of sad. We can do a lot better. Capitol Hill is a cross-section of America, and as such, it should reflect the way society looks and the changing nature of that society, but not only in how it looks, but how it thinks. Yes, there's partisanship, there's bickering, there are politics, but by and large, the staff in Congress work really well together. We're friends, we're congenial, we go out for drinks, we get things done, and this is all the work that happens behind closed doors that Americans don't see. But I would argue there are ways we can do our jobs better and learn from startups. What is it that makes startups so successful? There are 3 things. First, startups use collaborative spaces. In the Senate, we have about 6 common areas, coffee shops or cafeterias, where staff can easily meet outside of member offices or committee rooms and work in a bipartisan manner to get our jobs done. But how might we harness the collaborative spaces in order to do our work better and more efficiently? What else helps startups be successful? Startups test their solutions through prototyping. And in Congress, we use prototyping to test our ideas with constituents and interest groups. Our best ideas come from you. In fact, my boss's first piece of legislation came based on conversations he had while on the campaign trail. But there's got to be a way we can prototype better. I mean, we're not just working for an IPO here, we're striving to create a more perfect union. So what about a bipartisan incubator, similar to what we see with tech startups, but for legislation? Finally, and most importantly, startups bring a problem-solving mindset to the way they do their work. We need the mentality of the startup community, not just the tools to fix a certain broken website, but the mindset to tackle the toughest issues. So why is it that we're so forgiving of failure in the startup community, but when our government hits bumps in the road, we disengage? Do you still think what happens in Congress doesn't matter? Just ask any veteran that's gone to war. So today, I'm looking for investors in our startup, our Congress. I'm asking you to bring a healthy disregard for the impossible and invest, educate yourself, demand more from your representatives, vote, volunteer, and invest to bring our Congress from shutdown to startup. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Guy Filipelli.
Good afternoon. I'm Guy Filipelli. I'm the CEO of Red Owl Analytics. And while I'll talk to you for a couple seconds at one point about Red Owl, I really want to focus on telling the story of the journey that brought me here. And that journey starts back in 1987 with my first computer that my dad bought for me as a 12-year-old kid. Now, my dad was a throwback guy. He was not into computers, hated them, didn't know what they did, and wanted to take me to the lumber store and the hardware store every weekend, and I hated it. And I think out of frustration, my father finally said, "What do you do with this kid?" And he bought me this computer. And it really, in hindsight, was a really fundamental moment for me. Only eclipsed by the next big moment where my dad swooped into my life. When I was 17 years old, and I got a letter from one of the many college letters that you receive when you're applying to schools, and it was from the United States Military Academy. And my father never cared. He just dumped letters on the table for me from all these colleges. I did well on the PSATs or whatever it was. But one day I came home, there was this neatly folded envelope where it was open and propped up, and I said, "Do you want me to check this out?" And he said, "Yeah, well, I could take work off. We could go to the event and check it out." And this was really strange for my father. So I said, "Sure." So we went to this event. We heard this guy talk about West Point. My father was fixated on the presenter, and I couldn't take my eyes off my dad. So it's the only place I applied. Because he was my hero, and I just knew that if it was that important to him, and he felt that strongly about it, his feelings I trusted, and so I went into the Army. Interestingly enough, I was not a good cadet. I really struggled. I hated it the first 2 years, and I begged, and I really struggled with this. My dad really worked me through staying at West Point, and all I wanted to do was get out of the Army, get back to computer science. And because I knew that as an Army officer, so I just said, well, I'll do 5 years in the Army, and then I'll get out. And then this happened. I was a young Army officer coming back from Korea, heading to Germany, and this crazy event, changed a lot of our lives. I didn't know how at the time it was going to change mine, but I had a feeling about it. Then I met this guy, Keith Alexander, now director of the NSA. At the time, he was an Army 2-star. And here I was, an Army officer, biding my time the last 4 years before I could get out and go back into computer science. And this guy comes over to Germany, and he makes this speech, and he says, "We're looking for a group of young Army officers who can run some special teams, where we're going to take computer science programmers and pair them up with analysts, and we're going to fight the information war. And we're going to change the way the military processes information. We're going to change the way that intel supports the warfighter." And I happen to have that background. So that launched me in a couple of places. The first was, for 6 years, I ran software teams in Germany, in Afghanistan. And in Afghanistan, I worked with amazing guys like Chief Warrant Officer Mark Delarocco, who really, the two of us, we took a team of software engineers over there, and we focused on changing the way the military did things, from detainee processing to building software applications for provisional reconstruction teams. And then in 2007, I teamed up with my West Point classmate, actually my West Point plebe, if anybody knows what that means, 2 years younger than me, but Nick Hallam, and we decided let's do this for real. Let's build a company around this. And so we started on this mission of building the best company we could in the world. And so we built a software company that was going to support the warfighter downrange. I will tell you that in 2006, 2007, our first job, we got a contract to support the military. We went to Baghdad and we spent 11 months sitting in a van, and I was writing software and running tech teams. And we really, I could say this in partnership with the NSA, we fundamentally changed the way that agency supported the warfighters, because General Alexander had an incredibly clear vision about turning the power of national collection and focusing on the warfighter. And any of my infantry colleagues or special forces colleagues, recall the support that was received during that time. I was so lucky to be at the center of that as one of the people that was influential there. And then for the next 5 years, basically from 2005 to 2006 to 2011, Nick and I said, well, let's make that into a company. And so really for the next 6 years, we started off, we've now created, that single company, Barrico Technologies, evolved into 5 companies. Last year, I think if you add them up, there were about 400 people, software engineers, mathematicians, former military officers, former military enlisted analysts, operators, and it's really just been an incredible thing to watch. We evolved from running a company to seeding companies. We seeded a company that many people in this room actually have touched, which aimed to put iPhones and Androids on the battlefield. We helped seed a company that got involved in goggles. And we helped seed a company that aimed to reinvent the way analysis was conducted on the battlefield. And so finally, just last year, I took a step back and said, all right, I'm ready to get my hands dirty again. And I launched a company called Red Owl Analytics. And so with Red Owl, it's about taking that same passion for data and analytics and applying it to the corporate sector. And I'll just give you a 10-second preview of this. But what we're doing is we're taking all the information that gets produced inside the firm that we truly believe is right now a liability for most corporations, and we have this vision about turning it into an asset. And so by taking all this digital exhaust of the firm, processing it, applying math, visualizations, statistics, reports, turning this into something that revolutionizes the way that banks on Wall Street essentially conduct oversight of their own people, performance management, investigations, et cetera. And so that's what we're doing with Red Owl. We're doing it in Baltimore, Maryland, which is an awesome city. We've got a small team here in New York, and that's our journey. So it all started with this guy, my dad. I will tell you that unfortunately I lost him along the way. He got to see me graduate, but I look back at the decisions he made. I look back at that first computer, and I look at that request for me to go to West Point, and I think, I think of him every day, and I think how proud he'd be. But I think, who would have thought that with those kind of decisions, I'd be where I am today? So that's my story. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tim Kudo.
When you think of military veterans, what comes to mind? Leadership, teamwork, courage, sacrifice. And in appeals to hire veterans, these are often the traits that are used as our selling point. But as someone who's crossed the civil-military divide, I actually don't think that this is what we provide to your organization. Even if our military skills are translatable, there are people in the civilian sector who are doing these things as well or better than us. There are people who are leading nonprofits, who are leading in government, who are leading in the private sector, and who are accomplishing great things on a day-to-day basis. They involve sacrifice, leadership, teamwork, all the things that you think of when you think of us. So, if leadership and these traits aren't what we bring to an organization, what is it? What is our value proposition? What makes us different? Before I joined the military, I was much like everyone here. Our lives were basically the same. And since getting out of the military, again, we pretty much lead the same kind of life. But for a really small period of time, when I was wearing the uniform, I made moral decisions on an almost daily basis. And that's just not something that I had experience with as a civilian. So, if this is what makes us different, if moral decision-making is the value that we can potentially provide to your organization, what is it, and why is it valuable? When I think of moral decisions, I think fundamentally of trade-offs. I think of things that, as we say in the military, put you in the horns of a dilemma. You're damned if you do, and you're damned if you don't. One of my first days in Afghanistan, I received a call on the radio from a young Marine, and he was at an outpost pretty far away. And he saw someone digging by the side of the road. And so he called me up and he asked me if he could shoot them. Was this a farmer working on their irrigation? Or was this a member of the Taliban planting a roadside bomb? Do we shoot them, and then in the morning we find out that we've killed innocent civilians? Or do we let them go, and the next patrol that goes out ends up with one of my Marines losing his legs? I didn't always make the right decisions when it came to these kinds of things. In war, much as in life, you can try and do the right thing, but it can have a terrible consequence. But what I came to realize is that decisions like this were things that you got better at with practice. Moral decision-making was a skill that could be learned. And over time, I believe I did get better at it. Another aspect of this has to do with responsibility. When we think of decisions like this, we want to put it up the chain of command. In the civilian world, when we get projects that have a high chance of failure, we want to avoid them and we want to put them off on someone else. But that's the difference between accepting responsibility and taking responsibility. A good moral decision maker doesn't defer blame. They don't try and put it off on someone else. They take it up themselves. During World War II, when General Eisenhower was planning the invasion of Europe on D-Day, a few days before the event was actually going to occur, he wrote a letter. And in that letter, before the event had even happened, he took responsibility for its failure just in case. He wrote, "If any fault or blame attaches to this attempt, it is mine alone." That is exactly what a good moral decision maker does. And that's something that in the military extends from a general more than 60 years ago in Europe to a 19-year-old Marine in Afghanistan today. The other aspect of moral decision making that I realized is very different in the Marine Corps, or as a veteran, was consequences. When I was a civilian, I thought of consequences often in terms of punishments. I think that came from my parents. You do the wrong thing, you're going to face the consequences, you're going to get punished. You screw up at your job, you're going to get fired. But moral consequences don't manifest themselves in how we're affected. They manifest themselves in how we affect others. Now, for me, as a veteran, this was the most significant lesson I learned. And I learned it from a man named Staff Sergeant Javier Ortiz Rivera. He was a platoon sergeant in my company. And every day, he'd go out on patrol with his men. And even though he was one of the senior guys, he would take turns on point. And he did that because he believed in shared risk-taking, and he always led by example. He was killed by a roadside bomb 3 years ago, just after Veterans Day. Over the course of our deployment, we lost 5 Marines. There isn't a day goes by that I don't ask myself if I could have done something different. Could I have trained them harder or better? Could I have made a different tactical decision? When you make a decision in the military, the consequences are immediate and they are profound. They live with you for the rest of your life. But I also believe that they force us to live our lives better. Ethics isn't just an academic issue, and it's not something that only happens in war. When I look around, I see organizations that are becoming increasingly interconnected and global. People who make decisions are now having far-reaching impacts that extend beyond what they can see. They're affecting people that they don't even know exist across the world. And when I look in the headlines, I see that there's a need for moral decision makers. I see things like Bernie Madoff, the financial crisis, Detroit, Michigan. I see people making decisions without realizing that the consequences extend beyond the bottom line, that these consequences impact families who are losing their homes, their savings, and their jobs. So if moral decision making is all around us, and it's something that's even more important today than it has ever been before, then perhaps now you can see that we offer a skill that is translatable, something that has been earned with training and years of sacrifice. It's something that has imbued all of our actions with a strong moral compass. And it's something every organization should be excited to invest in. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Jake Harman.
In April of 2003, I found myself in a fighting hole facing north along this highway, Highway 7, the main avenue of approach for the American forces during the initial days of the invasion of Iraq. I was terrified, we were hungry, and we were exhausted. We had just survived one of the worst ambushes in the early days of the war in a place called Nasiriyah. I was a Marine in 3rd Battalion, 1st Marines. And at this time in southern Iraq, it was one of the most poor, desperate places on earth. There was no access to health care, no access to clean water, education services, or food for the people. And I saw what was happening was, as we advanced north, the regular Iraqi army was retreating to make a final stand in Baghdad. And meanwhile, Saddam was putting his Fedayeen forces south, and he was going hut to hut in these rural villages, coercing poor farmers to fight us. Basically saying, look, we'll drop a bag of rice off at your hut if you'll pick up this weapon and go fight these guys 10 miles south of here. And we were fighting these guys by the hundreds and thousands. That really set the stage for that morning on the road in Highway 7. I got up out of my fighting hole and I wanted to walk the lines to check on my guys because we were all scared. And I looked up and I saw a small white car approaching from the north. Well, they just started using suicide bombing techniques. I thought they were packing the car full of explosives that they would blow themselves up. So I grabbed 3 of my guys, and we took off running to try to stop this car. I fired a warning shot across the hood. Finally, the car stopped about 50 meters out. The driver jumped out, starts waving his arms frantically and sprinting at us. So now I think this guy strapped himself with explosives, he's going to blow himself up. So I'm yelling at him in Arabic, trying to get him to get on the ground, and he's not stopping. I raise my weapon, thinking I'm going to have to take out this guy, and I look behind his car, and I see a large black military truck roll up behind his little car. 6 guys in black jump out of the truck, run up to his car, and begin shooting into the car. This guy stopped dead in his tracks, turned around, started screaming, and running back to the car. And that's when I realized what was happening. This guy was one of those poor farmers who was just trying to escape across our lines with his family. So I yelled at my guys and told them to take out the Fedayeen, and I ran as fast as I could to try to save this guy's family. But by the time I got there, I was too late. I looked in the passenger side, and his wife was shot in the face and in the chest. She was slumped over dead. He had a little baby girl in the back seat whose arm had been shot off, and she'd been shot in the face multiple times. And he was cradling the body of his little 6-year-old daughter who'd been shot in the stomach, and she was choking on her own blood. This guy lost everything he had in this world in 2 seconds. And for the first time in the war, everything slowed down for me. And I put myself in this guy's shoes. I asked myself, I live in a world of choices. Where do I want to go to school? Where do I want my kids to grow up? What do I want to wear tomorrow? What were this guy's choices when he woke up this morning? He could watch his kids starve to death. He could strap a bomb to himself, come blow himself up. He could make some desperate attempt to cross our lines. And then I got really, really angry. This was not fair. It wasn't fair that the GPS coordinates of someone's birthplace could dictate the choices they have in this world. And I had an awakening experience that really put me on a different path in life. I thought that maybe, just maybe, I can have even more of an impact in the war on terror if I take on that desperation, if I take on what I believe is one of the leading contributors to the spread, the proliferation of terrorism, insurgency, and general global instability, which is extreme poverty. So I made one of the toughest decisions I ever had to make in my life. I left my guys. Many of them are still fighting bravely. And they cheered me on. They said, hey, sir, go get them. We saw the same thing. You can make a difference. And as I got out, I decided to build a company, build an organization that could really scale and have an impact in the fight. I didn't want to build just a little nonprofit that was going to help a couple villages. You see, I had left everything I knew in this world on this new journey. I wanted to make a global impact. So I decided to go to business school to build a company that could scale. And I applied to Stanford and Harvard, and by some miracle of God, got into Stanford. Chose Stanford because of the focus on social innovation and entrepreneurship. And a really amazing thing happened when I was there. 30 of my classmates got involved to help me build the business plan, the financial model, the marketing plan, the fundraising team. 6 faculty members provided seed funding and ideas and mentorship. And then when I graduated in June of 2008, I hired the little team that I'd been recruiting and moved to one of the poorest areas in all of Kenya to start our pilot project for what became known as Nuru International, a radical, new, innovative approach to fighting extreme poverty. In the last 5 years, we have done a lot of R&D, trying many different things, innovating on this model, and now we've created a solid approach that we believe could be a real game changer in the fight against extreme poverty and giving people choices. Now there's over 30,000 people in Kenya and Ethiopia that are lifting themselves out of extreme poverty, not for a year or 2 years, but forever, permanently. And before I talk about what we do at Nuru, I want to start by talking about the problem. The World Bank defines extreme poverty as those living on less than $1.25 a day. What Nuru is trying to do, we're trying to change the whole conversation here. Because what I found is this is a very limiting definition that leads to material-based solutions that simply do not last. So I kept digging in my research, and I came across these 2 guys. Mahbub al-Haq, who used to be the Minister of Finance in Pakistan, and Amartya Sen, a Nobel Prize-winning economist. You see, these guys believe that poverty is actually a lack of meaningful choices for basic human rights. Now, this made a lot more sense to me. This is the poverty that I saw in the eyes of that man on Highway 7. This is the definition that I decided I wanted to take on. And you know, when you use this definition, your goal was not number of bags of grain distributed, or number of wells drilled, or number of schools built. Your goal becomes number of leaders who are equipped to make choices, who are empowered to make those choices, who enabling environment where they can act on those choices once they are decided upon. So I want to talk about 4 key lessons that I've learned on the front lines of the combat against extreme poverty that are really shaping the way that we approach this fight. Lesson number 1, instead of asking what is the solution to poverty, start by asking who. You see, I found that in this fight, the most important resource in fighting extreme poverty are those trapped in poverty themselves. These guys are way more capable, way more intelligent, way more resourceful than I will ever be. They have survived things that I, with all my special operations training, never could have survived. They're amazing individuals, and if we can empower them with the ability to design solutions, they can be way more lasting because they will own these solutions. Lesson number 2, instead of coming in with prefabricated solutions and force-fitting them into communities, start by asking questions around 4 key needs in these communities: hunger, inability of families to cope with economic shocks, preventable disease and death, and lack of quality education for children. You see, integrated models make sense if you just increase crop yields to fight hunger. Those kids still die from malaria or waterborne illnesses, and they have no schools to go to. If you have an integrated approach, you can lift the communities out permanently so they can stay out of the poverty trap. Once the needs are understood, our 3rd lesson comes in. We research the very best ideas out there that are already working in fighting these 4 problems, because there's a lot of great ideas that are working. We put those ideas, we package them, and we put them in front of the local leaders that we are working with, and we wrestle with the pros and cons of these ideas, evaluating them against 3 set criteria. Do they create impact? Can they scale? And are they sustainable? Then they choose the solutions that will work best in their area. There's far more ownership this way. But it's not just enough to create an integrated solution to fighting poverty. You see, there's a lot of people that do that, but no one has figured out how to sustain and scale it. And that's where our 4th lesson comes in, and we've figured that piece out too. we build a sustainability engine. You see, Nuru wants to go into these communities and over a 7-year period build a model that's fighting poverty, turn it over to the locals, and then we exit, leaving behind a completely self-sustaining entity that's continuing to scale to end poverty throughout all the remote rural areas of that nation. And we do this by focusing on 2 programs in our engine. We believe that to fuel an engine, you need 2 key fuels, people and capital. Our first program is our leadership program. Over the last 3 years, we've done R&D to really refine a process and a curriculum to empower local leaders to understand needs in their communities, design solutions to meet those needs, implement and scale those solutions, and then innovate past challenges on their own after we have gone. This way, they can really own these solutions. They understand how they were built so they can also fix them when they're broken. Our second piece of the engine is financial sustainability. We build a for-profit company in these countries so that it's not relying on donations anymore. Over the 7 years, we dump in seed capital, provide mentorship and advice to these local entrepreneurs running these companies. And those profits are used to fund the poverty-fighting solutions as they scale nationwide. And we're at a really exciting time right now in Nuru. We're 5 years in to our 7-year proof of concept. And once I prove this model, I want to scale it globally. I want to get out there. I want to open source our technology. I want to share it with governments, other organizations, teach them how to adopt these practices. Because I need to get this model out there as fast as I can to get it to more people, empower more people with choices. And a lot of people ask me a lot, what is it? Man, you're so aggressive. You're so passionate about this. You're really out there all the time. Why don't you just slow down? You see, I think that this problem, extreme poverty, is the greatest crisis of our time. I want to share a statistic with you that is near and dear to my heart. 1.3 million Americans have lost their lives over the last 237 years of history in the United States. But there are more people dying every single month. That is a staggering statistic. But this is a problem that is eminently solvable in our time. You see, what I have seen when I've surveyed the sector and done my research and R&D in the field is we have put a glass ceiling on this problem of extreme poverty. I see organizations and governments fighting to see who can get as close to the glass ceiling as possible, but nobody believes we can actually break through it. To solve this problem, and we can solve it, we have to first believe that it can be solved. We can break through that glass ceiling, but everyone needs to get in the fight. So I want to end my presentation here with a quote from one of my favorite people, President Roosevelt. It's not the critic that counts, not the man who points out where the strong man stumbles or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred with dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs and falls short again and again, because there is not effort without error and shortcoming, who knows the great devotion, the great enthusiasm, who gives himself in a worthy cause, who in the end, at best, if he succeeds, knows the triumph of high achievement, and at worst, if he fails, well, at least he fails while daring greatly. So his place will never be with those cold and timid souls who know neither victory nor defeat. Extreme poverty is the greatest crisis of our time. And I encourage everyone here in this room today, step into the arena with us. Because 1.4 billion of our brothers and sisters around the world are waiting for us to join them. Thank you.
lights? You want lights? Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the first Operation Iraqi Freedom veteran to serve in the U.S. House of Representatives, former Pennsylvania Congressman Patrick Murphy.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks so much for being here. Thanks for the folks that are watching at home. I am truly honored to be here, and I want to thank you for taking the time out of all of your busy schedules to be here. This week, as you know, this is Veterans Day weekend, and Veterans Day is on Monday. And I know a lot of Americans will say Veterans Day is this weekend, and they'll think about Memorial Day come May, but we need to be thinking about these things every single day. It's our duty, especially when you look at the fact that although we have 330 million Americans, only 2.5 have gone on to Iraq or Afghanistan. It's less than 1% of America who has had such an incredible burden during this time. We all know that 9/11 changed all of our lives, but I think about those military troops, and also those military families that need us during this time. I want to just say it is awesome to be here. When Chris Marvin asked me to be here from Got Your Six, I was honored. Their organization plays such a critical role in bridging that civil-military divide. When you think about how America and the world looks at the American trooper, the fact that there are some sad cases, the suicide rate's too high, homelessness is too high, and we'll talk about that in this panel. But there are a lot of great Americans who are doing terrific things that we should be so proud of. You heard them today. Now, we happen to be blessed. We're the second panel of the day, and that means we're the best panel because we're second to none, okay? I was the 82nd Airborne Paratrooper. We're a little cocky, all right? We are second to none. I will tell you that in my part of it, if you look at my Wikipedia page or whatever, I am a proud Democrat. This isn't a political speech. I'm a proud Democrat. What you don't know is my wife is a Republican. So I have a mixed marriage, all right? And I took that spirit into Congress. I always felt that way. Most folks don't know. My best friend in the Army became a U.S. Congressman. And he's a conservative Republican from Florida. His name's Congressman Tom Rooney. I'm hosting a show for MSNBC this Sunday from noon to 1. He's my first guest. And we're doing it live from Ground Zero. Because I want to make sure people know that veterans especially know what it means to put our country first. That is missing too often in Washington. I know Karen's part of the panel. You heard her speak a little bit earlier. She works for Senator Tim Kaine. I have a bone to pick with Karen a little bit. As you know, she was an Air Force pilot. She flew C-17s. At the same time, I was at Fort Bragg, North Carolina. That means I jumped out of her airplanes. I had a couple rough landings. So she owes me a drink later on. But we have a terrific panel, and I don't want to take a lot of the time, but I do want to say one thing. When you look at the U.S. Congress right now, there's only 21% of the members of Congress have military experience. 21%. But 40 years ago, that was 78%. So whether you're thinking about running yourself or being part of a team or being part of politics, be engaged. It's like Tommy Sowers said, be a citizen, not an idiot. He said it much more diplomatic than I did, okay? But be a citizen because we have a duty to make our country better and, frankly, to make our world better. So when I call back up the panel, this panel is nationally and internationally renowned, so come on up. I don't know if it's the voice of God or just me. It's probably just me. Although I was in 1987 Altar Boy of the Year at St. Anselm's. So, yeah, kind of. So, thanks so much. And they're mic'd up. So, if you have a question you're dying to ask, please get up there. Otherwise, I'm going to start taking my prerogative by asking. For those back at home, please Twitter. We'll try tweet, Facebook, get the word out because it's pretty awesome. And make sure that, use the hashtag VetInspired. So I tell you what, Jake, let me just start with you. You were the last one that just spoke, if that's all right. And it hurts me to go to the Navy guy first because I want to go to Tommy, who's an Army guy. But I'll go to the Navy guy, Naval Academy guy who became a Marine. But Jake, what was the process when you left? I just want to, when you left Iraq, part of the invasion force, and we were there. I was there in 03 and 04 and back then. But when you were there, and you went home. How quickly did you go? Did you go right into poverty fight? Did you say this is what I'm going to do, or was it really at Stanford you said, all right, I'm honing on this?
So I ended up actually doing another tour after that. I had to do one more tour because I feel like sometimes I have to get hit over the head with a 2x4 before I actually realize what I need to be doing. But after I did that second tour, I decided to transition out. And as I did so, I got out and I quickly realized I had an engineering degree. I didn't really know anything about the science of poverty, or I wasn't a development economist, wasn't a Peace Corps guy. So I really spent about 1.5 years researching the problem, try to figure out what's already working and what's not and kind of why. What are the gaps in the market? And then I began to build some ideas. And I tried to get a job, actually, with some other good organizations that I respected, but nobody wanted to hire me. So I didn't have the background that people were looking for, I guess. But I'm pretty entrepreneurial, so that took me on this quest to kind of go to business school. But I went to business school with one purpose, one point in mind, which was to build Nuru, my organization.
That's awesome. It's funny, when I was in Iraq, I used to say, you can grab a paratrooper in the 82nd Airborne Division, say, son, you're going to go fly the space shuttle next week, figure out how to do it. And that paratrooper, he'll find a way how to do it. I'm proud. When you talked about the numbers, I'm a big believer in metrics, and you get what you measure. So that's a good segue to Guy, because since you run Red Owl Analytics. But were you surprised when you saw those numbers with Jake? I mean, I'll have to be honest with you, as a former policymaker for a country, I've never seen a presentation like that, Jake, about the extreme poverty. Did that surprise you, Guy, and did you have any comments?
Sure. I mean, I think that something that I would say I have learned, and I learned this, I think the first time I ever saw a country of extreme poverty was really when I was in Afghanistan. And I remember driving through the area and looking at the nomads and looking at these people in tents and seeing the animals and watching the conditions of the people outside the bases. And, it's a shock to the system. I'll say this, I have realized that I've never been to Africa. I haven't been to any of those places yet. But I was even a month ago in southern Italy, where my family comes from, and where there's 50% unemployment, and this is a European country. So I mean, I can only project that into what the rest of the world looks like. So I think it's an incredibly valiant mission. I was proud to just listen to you talk, and I'm excited personally to try to figure out a way to help you in your journey. So.
And I think that's one of the purposes of all of us being here. I mean, to make sure that we come together. I know for me, I represented part of Philadelphia in Bucks County, so in Pennsylvania in Congress, so 700,000 people. But you look at, it wasn't really my section of Philadelphia, but you look at other parts of Philadelphia where it's over 60% of Philadelphia right now lives below the poverty level. So they only have about a 26% pass rate of African-American males graduating from high school, 26%. So when you talk about choices, having choices, making sure that people know, I devote a lot of my time to big brothers, big sisters, mentor young kids and everything. Karen, let me go to you. You obviously work for Senator Kaine, who a lot of folks in politics say he's on the short list of being either a presidential candidate potentially, I'm not asking you where he's going, or at least a vice presidential candidate. A sharp guy. So you basically you're his MLA, which is Military Legislative Assistant. Have you, because I haven't seen, listen, I was in the Intel Committee in Armed Services. That is very powerful. And you look at this causes of extremism. Mm-hmm. Did you take anything away? And I don't want to belabor the point. I mean, if you want to talk about something else too, but what did you think? And did that give you a different perspective?
From Jake's
presentation.
Yeah, no, it was a fantastic presentation. And Senator Kaine is on both the Armed Services Committee as well as Foreign Relations. So I think he's at a unique intersection of both the military and the diplomatic, as well as the development missions that we have. So we do have additional staff in our office that work on those issues. And I think we've had the benefit of seeing how important it is, just as you mentioned, Jake, to recognize the root cause of the problem and realize that it's not always the military tool in our toolkit that is the best solution to that problem. And I think that we can be a mouthpiece for that as an answer. I think one of the dangerous things is constantly using our military to solve those problems, and that's why you have to have a broad view of the range of options there. And development is one of those, and tackling poverty. So yeah, absolutely, his presentation resonated with me, and can't speak for my boss, but I can say that he is very much engaged in those issues on his role on the Foreign Relations Committee.
Yeah. And Karen, how about your role? Let me just switch gears a little bit with you. Your role in Congress as a staffer in the U.S. Senate office. How do you reach out? Is there veterans that work together, whether Democrats, Republicans, in the staff level and in the elected? Because I was in the other chamber, but in the Senate as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The really interesting thing that I found working on the Hill is that there seems to be a growing network of recent veterans, either working there or running for office. Tammy Duckworth and Tulsi Gabbard are personal heroes of mine on the House side, and lots of great veterans. I had the pleasure of working on the Appropriations Committee last year for Senator Dan Inouye, and unfortunately, he passed away last year, but as a World War II veteran, I think he really set the standard for a lot of the work that's done. So today, there's an organization called Hill Vets, and they're just trying to network among veterans on Capitol Hill, and with no agenda. It's not about policy or politics, it's just, hey, let's get together. And one of the things that I alluded to in my talk is that we work in a bipartisan manner all the time, but people don't see it. It's when the cameras are off, it's behind closed doors. And a lot of that work really happens with veterans. The folks working for senators who are on the Armed Services Committee or doing defense work, I would say that's probably one of the most bipartisan groups that you'll find. And a lot of those people are veterans. So that's been really encouraging to find that network.
Tommy, I'm sorry, Dr. Sowers. Let me go. I'm used to calling it. And Tom and I joked we were both growing a beard for today, and Tommy was successful, and this is what my beard looks like. But Tommy,
I wouldn't call this successful.
It's a little patchy, but it's all right. We still love you. Tommy, explain to us, the role. You're in charge of intergovernmental relations for Secretary Shinseki, Vietnam veteran, West Point graduate. What do you see? Do you see Democrats and Republicans coming together when it comes to the VA?
Well, we really have seen that, and it starts with my boss. I mean, Secretary Shinseki has dedicated his life to being a citizen, and I mean, he's 71 years old, and I cannot keep up with that guy. He is absolutely committed. He knows that veterans have committed so much, and he embodies that commitment of giving back to them. And really, of the 332,000, a third of the employees are veterans. And if you think the vast majority of our employees work in the medical field, the fact that almost all my staff are veterans. So, in terms of bringing the parties together, it is one of those issues that we've seen both Democrats and Republicans come together time and time again. Literally, in the past hour, we released that the millionth beneficiary of the post 9/11 GI Bill, something that I know that you supported and nurtured along, just received that benefit. 1 million. That's out of 1.6 million eligible folks. I mean, it changed my life. It's Dr. Sowers because of the post 9/11 GI Bill, and I know it changed a lot of folks' lives in here. We've also seen the budget expand under both Republican and Democratic presidents, Republican-led Democratic houses as well. The concern is what's going to happen next year and the year after that. At the VA, we are currently caring for the child of a Civil War veteran. True story. So how long of a tail do you think these conflicts that most of us have been involved in, how long of a tail will we have? It's a long one. And what typically happens if past this prologue is that benefits flow to veterans during conflict and then they flow away. And so that's where getting folks into Congress, getting you back in there, whatever it takes.
My wife will kill you. She's watching. You're in trouble.
But that's a critical thing is to make sure that when the guns fall silent, that the benefits for veterans continue.
I want to highlight the fact that if people want to ask questions, please don't hesitate to go up there. We promise we'll be nice to you. Tim, how about you? I know you're at NYU now, and I appreciate your remarks about as far as moral decision making. You were also with the Iraq-Afghanistan Veterans of America
for a brief time.
before. How did you see your role, and where do you see your role moving forward once you graduate from NYU? And are you using the GI Bill, I'm assuming?
I'm using the post 9/11 GI Bill.
You owe me a drink then, too, when we get out of here.
Fair enough.
Just joking.
I mean, I think I served before I was in the military. I was a teacher in the South Bronx, and so I kind of relate to a lot of things that you think about in terms of poverty and things like that. And I think that's a lifetime struggle. And the thing about morality, I think, that I was kind of touching on is that if you've made it in America, more or less, you don't have to worry about a lot of the decisions that people who are in other countries or who live in poverty here have to make. You can make decisions, and there's a logic to it, and you can kind of do the right thing, go to college, get a job after school, maybe go to graduate school, and there's a stepping stone, and it works for you. But if you are poor in America, it doesn't. You can do all the same things that someone else does and still not make it. And I saw that with the students that I was teaching, that they were working hard day in and day out, getting the same degrees as everyone else, but it didn't mean as much, and people didn't respect it as much. And I think internationally it's the same thing, even more so, that the decisions we make sometimes have no logic to them. There's complete chaos in certain parts of the world that we live in, and not places that are as far away as you'd think of as like Afghanistan or Iraq, but places right across the border from the United States. So when we look at what we're going to do afterwards and we look at the service that we've done so far, I think that there's a compulsion to continue that, and I think that's why most people end up joining in the first place, and I think that that never ends for the rest of your life.
Yeah, I was proud. I didn't graduate from West Point, but I was a professor there, and I'm a huge, same as Tommy, I'm a huge proponent of their mission statement, which is creating leaders of character for a lifetime of service. And that lifetime of service, especially with veterans, we want to continue to serve. Not necessarily wearing the cloth of our country anymore, but in other ways. So, Guy, let me go to you. You're a very successful business owner. You've hired hundreds of veterans yourself. What has given you most joy in your continuing service in this chapter in your life?
Yeah, that's a great question. About a year and a half ago, a very, very dear friend of mine called Anne Marie Craig, who was at one point my assistant, left me and then went to go work with General McChrystal, and came back 6 months later and said, all right, I want to do something new. And we sat around and talked about how to do something in the veteran space, and we launched something called the Commit Foundation, which I'd highly recommend anybody check out. But we started bringing together small groups of veterans to create intimacy in very intimate environments. And so the first thing we ever did, we took 12 vets and 12 business leaders, and we just locked them in a room for 24 hours, basically, and took cell phones away and sat around and told stories, and got really powerful about trying to affect the way that veterans thought about the next phase in their life. And I will tell you that fundamentally has been the most powerful thing that's happened to me in this space. It's led me to people like Brad Snyder, who's a Naval Academy graduate who lost his eyesight in an EOD explosion and an IED explosion in Afghanistan. It's led us to do, just have these tear-jerky kind of sessions. And I guess I would say that I have made a decision to support causes like that, because I feel like, and I'll just say this, my focus, I would recommend everybody do something in the space where you can be effective, rather than, and really think about that, where you can add value. And maybe that's me as a business mindset thinking about it a little bit. But I have found that where I can be effective is with sort of, I think there's a tremendous amount of stuff going on in helping vets who are disabled, or there's a tremendous amount of work going on in helping vets who may not know, who have poor educational backgrounds or health issues or PTSD or all these kinds of things. I've kind of vectored my efforts in the veteran space around helping people who want to be overachievers, because I feel like I can somehow help, alter their path up. But, I will tell you, if you're not already doing something like that, and you're not getting intimate with people, and you're not getting that soul food, it tastes pretty good. And I've been very, very happy to be a part of it. So,
yeah, that's great. Karen, let me go back to you. You talked about the hill vets,
Mm-hmm.
right? How about the role of women right now and how they're perceived as veterans? Do you think that's changing? That society understands that they're standing shoulder to shoulder with the men in these wars, unlike in other past conflicts?
Mm-hmm. I think it's a great question. It surprised me that it's still a question, I guess, because to me, I never thought about it as serving as I'm a woman. I just walked in there. The airplane doesn't know what gender you are. So as long as we're sticking those landings, like you mentioned. But I think it's a tough question because, again, I wonder why we're still asking the question when, by and large, I feel like women have been serving in combat environments. I think, but the question is always ripe for discussion. As far as the best way forward, I think having that discussion and having that vigorous back and forth is what seems to be going on right now, and figuring out the right way to implement that. But I also think that I had such a strong network of other, we call it chick pilots. We have a chick pilot reunion. These are women I served with in Charleston, other C-17 pilots. And when I moved to Washington, D.C., I found a fantastic network of women veterans, and that was really helpful. One thing I do see, though, is a need for additional voices from the female veteran community. I think that how we talk about it and our characterization of war and the experience does seem to be dominated by male veterans. There are just more men who have served, so that's understandable. However, I would encourage other female veterans to get out there and tell their stories and to get involved in other ways. One woman that I know, Kayla Williams, who's an Iraq veteran who's fantastic, she has even said that one of her concerns is that there seems to be this veteran-on-veteran competition of my deployment was worse than yours. And so women, because a lot of them aren't serving in the infantry, are scared to tell about their experience, even though their experience is just as valid. So I would encourage other female veterans to be as brave as you were when you signed up and tell your story today.
Yeah, there's no doubt. In these wars, there's no front lines necessarily.
Exactly.
We have a question from the audience. Dave Foster.
Great. Hi, I'm Dave Foster. I run a nonprofit economic development company in Camden, New Jersey, and I'm also working on a startup to promote veteran businesses. You know, one of the challenges that we hear from the folks who are still serving on active duty is the integration of new troops into the force who have not served overseas, have not done the combat tour. And this is certainly going to be the challenge I think we as a veterans community are going to have now, is how do we continue this movement and bring in folks who maybe don't share that same combat deployment type experience. So I'd love to hear from the panel about thoughts on how we make this movement big and enduring for the next generation who's coming up behind us.
I'll hit that. I mean, we've been facing new people coming in without combat experience for the past 10 years. I mean, when I joined my unit, I obviously had no combat experience beforehand. And one of the things, and I'll kind of tell a negative story first, is that my first week in my platoon, my CO called me back in on a weekend because there was a report of a hazing incident. And a bunch of the Marines had just totally beaten up a bunch of kids, a bunch of the new kids, really, really badly. Like, kids had to go to the hospital. And so how do you respond to something like that? And that's not just that unit either. I'm not going to say it's widespread, but like there's a tendency to want to haze young guys. And so we put them all in prison and we kicked them out of the military because that's what you do. You don't tolerate that kind of thing whatsoever. If these people are going to go to combat with you eventually, then you train them and you take care of them and you bring them into the brotherhood, and that's just simply the only way to do it. And so as we transition into a new era where we're kind of hopefully moving beyond these wars at some point, I think that's exactly the approach that you need to take. And I think the worry later on in life will be, as we faced in the early part of the war, when the senior people who are ordering you into combat haven't been in combat. That's where it becomes a little bit trickier. Less so when you're ordering a junior guy in, but you have that credibility. And so when we get to that point 50 years from now or in the next war, that will be, I think, the biggest challenge.
We're going to go to a live stream question right now. How is the Center of Innovation and the VA collaborating to support veterans?
So it's a great question. Under Secretary Shinseki, we created this VA Center for Innovation, and it starts from this premise of we don't got it. Like, we need assistance from folks outside of the government to solve some of these big knotty problems, which is a great first principle to start with. And so some of the things that the center has done is they've done a number of competitions where they both internal, where we really crowdsource ideas. They come up from our employees, and then external as well. We brought in folks like Craig Newmark, who kind of opens up a whole world of nerddom to us that is needed inside of the VA and allows us to bring new innovative solutions to some of the problems that we're facing.
That's great. So I want to go to your question.
My name is Rod Davis. I'm from the Texas A&M University System, and I thought I'd just represent for higher education because I haven't heard much discussed about that and all this that we're doing, and it really plays a key role, as you know. I would just remind you that after the initial GI Bill, excuse me, in 1944, about 8 million veterans returning from the war used that bill for educational purposes. About 2 million higher ed, changed the whole landscape of universities in America. Another 6 million went to trade schools, vocational schools, got certificates, which are equally important and are very much used still today. So in the evolution of all this, Jake, you had a fantastic presentation. I completely agree. I've done some work too in terms of poverty and the influence on education of kids in this country. It's the leading factor, I think, in poor results there. The A&M system through the Borlaug Institute, for example, is very concerned about feeding people around the world. Dr. Borlaug, who's passed away, he was actually my Little League coach when I lived in Mexico City. That's the real fundamental stuff that you can get through education. It's feeding people is like huge, and we tend to forget that sometimes. We're obsessed with technology, but really people have to eat, and they have to go to school, and they have to live and get all that. Higher ed education is the key to a lot of that. And a lot of our vets, I think you referred to how many people don't know about their benefits. Mm-hmm. They don't know that they have these benefits. We run into this all the time. I get calls all the time. At the system level, we have 11 different campuses, or 11 different campuses and 13 campuses, 11 universities, I should know that. All the time, can I do this? How can I do that? And it's just very basic levels of no information. So we're joining you in trying to get that out there, to get people to go, get the education. What Jake has done, sorry to pick on you again, but you wouldn't have been able to do that, right, without going and getting your degree, learning how to do it and transfer that into the world. So we look at that, and I think higher education needs to do a much better job a lot of times of welcoming these vets into the community. That's a difficult transition. The state of Texas recently, very recently, started a thing called College Credit for Heroes. And this is like, not just thank you for your service, but here's something we're doing for you. And it allows returning veterans to use their military education and training. You may all be familiar with the ACE protocols for transferring military service into credits. The Texas College Credit for Heroes program matches it to a specific course in the Texas higher education curriculum, which makes it much more difficult for some academics, unfortunately, to say, no, it doesn't quite work for us. It does. We proved it. So things like that we learn how to do, and we can transfer into really meaningful results. I just got through reading part of Andrew Basovich's new book. I think it's called Breaking Trust. He really deals with this issue, and it's strong stuff. But I think it's worth reading. Finally, I'd just like to also say we have a symposium every year, and this year we had Dr. James Wright as our keynote speaker. He was a president emeritus of Dartmouth. He's written a book, higher ed, called Those Who've Borne the Battle. And I recommend it for everybody in here to read, really, because it traces the history of the treatment of veterans in our society from the Revolutionary War up to now. The distressing thing is it's always the same. We love you, we forgot you. We love you, we forgot you. We're going to go through that again here. So we're trying to find ways to address that problem, and as it grows. And it's really wasn't a question. I guess I just came up to talk.
Listen, and the book that you just mentioned, Andrew's book, Dr. Gates, who was the president of Texas A&M, by the way, has a great insert there where he talks about how military service, how it's evolved, where it's what other people do. And it's very powerful, which is the premise behind the book. It's a great book. I recommend it. I read it at Barnes & Noble in Bucks County. So Jake, let me go to you. He talked about higher ed. When you were at Stanford, when you were there with your classmates getting your MBA, what was that like? Did they understand what you had been through and what you were going to try and do?
That's a really interesting question, because I think when I first went to Stanford, we talk a lot about how we want civil society, civilians to be able to respect and what we have done and understand us and all this. But I think, at least I'll speak for myself, I was pretty judgmental coming into Stanford, thinking I was going to meet a liberal audience that was not going to understand me at all, put me in a box. So I lied to my classmates when I first got there and about what I did, and I didn't even talk about my service, which I'm ashamed to say in the beginning, because I was one of the 3 military guys in my class, and I was nervous about it. And so, but over time, what I found was that my classmates really wanted to understand who I was. And so I started to talk. I remember one night over a couple beers, I actually, one of the other guys in my class was the aide to the vice president at the same night the war started. He was talking about how everything went down in the Situation Room and kind of, President Bush coming out, looking out the window and being, the war had just started. And then that kind of encouraged me to start telling the story from the other end. Like, here's what happened on the berm, in Kuwait when that decision was made. And that allowed me to start talking about it a little bit. And what I found was a really welcoming audience of people who really wanted to care about me and respect me for what I had done, and they wanted to help. And I had so many classmates who wanted to get in the fight with me and really help me build this organization in a really smart way, and I found faculty members who wanted to link me up with everybody they could in Silicon Valley to get this thing off the ground. So I like to talk a lot about my mistakes, and one of the biggest mistakes I made was judging those who were not in the military about how they would receive me as I tried to integrate back into society.
How about you, Guy? When you came back, I mean, do you find most folks, when they find out you were an Iraq veteran, that you were, obviously you were at Oxford after West Point, but were they surprised when you were there, number one, and then two, now in the business world?
Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you, I'll take an interesting angle on this, hopefully, which is I have ceased trying to brand myself as a vet, and I don't think I need to. I sort of have tried to move it into my core of something that has really shaped me, and then I'm going to use that as an advantage in my life. But I'm going to take, the tact of when I'm in a group of people. If I'm pitching a group of venture capitalists on a new company, and I'm trying to raise money, I need to understand, I'm going to color that with a little bit of my experience and show them how I'm special, but I still need to be great at what they expect me to be great at. I need to be a great CEO first, right? And if and so I guess, I don't know how I can say this succinctly, but I could imagine being in an environment where I come fresh out of the military, and I'm thinking about, do people appreciate me for who I am, for what I've done, for what I'm. At the same time, I would put it back on the veteran community that we have to come in there and go, all right, look, we first have to succeed at what they expect out of the general population. We first have to be, at a tactical level, a great citizen, a great partner. Be just like everybody else, be great at being that, and then let your veteran thing be something on top that they can never take away from you, and they can never, I don't know if that makes any sense.
It's funny because you're an analytical guy, which I'm hoping you could advise the Philadelphia Phillies because we need help in Philadelphia. But I look at, in the military, for me, it was like, okay, I got to get a 300 my PT test to max it. I got to do X, Y, and Z to show up, do the regular stuff. And then this is the lane of initiative. What else I could show I'm not great on the show that I'm doing extra stuff. I know even in Congress, it was like, okay, what bill am I going to pass? What bill am I going to be part of? What are we going to get done? And being in a law firm, we're now being part of MSNBC. I know for me, it's like, well, what do you expect from me? Like, how do I do well? And I'm sure that's what many people struggle with because it's not as clear necessarily. Those metrics aren't there. Do you feel the same way, Ty? You're shaking your head, or you have a comment?
Well, I'm just personally. I mean, I've certainly never been a senior government executive. Serving at this level, and I think I agree with Guy's point. It's not. I shouldn't get any slack cut because I'm a veteran, and you know, I'm proud of that. But you know, I had to come in and listen and learn and trust your folks. The good news is, though, is that those same core skills that make you, I think, a great businessman, a great congressman, surround yourself by good people, have a plan, work hard. I mean, I learned those in the military, so I return to those core principles pretty much in everything I do.
Like to plan your work and work your plan.
Yep.
We have a question from the audience. And anyone could jump in here too. This is not a. This is the second, but this is the #1 panel, so we have a lot of expectations here.
My name's Brad Harrison. I'm class of '94, West Point, do early stage venture capital, invested in Troop Swap, ID Me, maybe Guy. It depends what he's disclosing. No, but basically, and you know, I know Jake. I know the guys from Mission Continues, and one of the things that I've been thinking about lately is, you know, I was an infantry officer, and my job was to go out and blow stuff up, right? And then I became a primary staff officer, and I was the G5. And my job was to go in there and talk to people and use all these other skills. And when you look at the success of Team Rubicon and Mission Continues in the transitioning vets, it's not violence, it's all these other skills. And the brand of the veteran does not reflect those skills. So there was this talk by a guy named Thomas Barnett that talks about the shift in the military, that nobody can meet the United States' military superiority. We're always going to win. But that 2/3 of what our mission really needs to be is non-combative. Mm-hmm. And that the skills and the values that we use, right? Wes Moore said, you think about this guy and you think he only follows orders, but you don't realize that in Afghanistan, he's in a dynamic situation that changes every single minute. And so the question is, should we, from developing leaders of character at West Point, through training our military, long before we ever think about them transitioning out, should we be redefining the brand, the values that the United States military represents globally, and start to shift on the same things that we're having success with our vets transitioning, right? Jake, Mission Continues, IAVA. The success that they have is integrating them back into communities, building teams, disasters. I've been part of both those organizations during Sandy. So my question for all of you as leaders that are all in interesting spots is, should we actually be expanding the conversation for the benefit of transitioning vets by actually looking at the full life cycle of the United States veteran, where they start, what they learn when they're on active duty, what skill sets and values are most important, and then all the way through. So that's what I would pose to the group as a question.
I'll take part of that. Is you know, the vast majority of veterans did not deploy, and the vast majority of those that deploy do not fire shots in anger. You know, my first deployment into Iraq, I was living in a house with 12 Green Berets. I was surrounded by a lot of folks, and you know, my experience was probably like most of the experiences. You know, I spent my day like figuring out how to negotiate with tribes and get an election going, and you know, not the kinetic part of war. But in terms of rebranding what a veteran is, I think it's one of the things I was really inspired by all the stories here, is that like Jake's rebranding what a veteran is and what people think of when they hear the word veteran. You know, Guy is doing the exact same thing. And I love this idea of almost kind of the afterthought of, hey, Guy's a great businessman. Oh, did you also know that he's a veteran? That's how you rebrand it.
I want to throw something. I make this land nav analogy sometimes. If anybody knows what land navigation is, it's where you take a physical compass, not your iPhone compass, but a physical compass, and you get a map, and you get thrown out in the middle of the forest, and you plot 6 points, and you figure out how to geolocate where you are manually, and then you say, I got to walk from this here to here, and I have to go 73 degrees, 1,200 meters. And that's land nav. And the military side of that, you know, I think the brand part here is like, can I get my compass? Can I shoot the point? Can I get the azimuth? Do I know the direction? Can I count my steps? You know, that's military, right? That's like real rigid military stuff. But it turns out that like people who are good at land nav, and a lot of people in the military are pretty good at land nav, they're good at land nav not because of that, because you can walk like 6 feet before you hit a tree or a cliff or a swamp or a bush, and you got to get off course and get back on it. And pretty soon you realize that, all those obstacles in the way, that's the real game. It's not the military skill set of shooting the azimuth. So I always say, like, if you're good at land nav and you're a vet and you don't get frustrated with it, you actually kind of get excited about all that chaos. Can I ride this? Then, that's the skill set, And so I feel like in the business world, the other thing I tell people all the time whenever I talk to people transitioning, I'm like, look, life is not fair in the short term, and get that out of your head now. Inputs don't equal outputs. It's okay. You got to, in the long term, yes, I really think it is. But and sometimes it's not too. But this notion of like, I think the biggest challenge that internally we face with the Brett comes from ourselves. The biggest problems I ever had with my own peers and people and friends and colleagues is like, we as veterans want to know the path. We want to know what we need to do, so where we go next. And the world doesn't work like that. So I think it's both how do we actively rebrand the veteran, but I think it's also about how we reset the way we think about it. So.
Anyone else? Karen, do you have anything?
Yeah, actually, I think it's a great question. What you're asking us is to have a more holistic viewpoint of what it means to serve and what it means to be a veteran. And as someone who didn't identify herself as a veteran when I transitioned from active duty to the reserve, and I'm still a reservist, it took me a while to really realize, because I thought, well, I'm not an old white guy, so I'm not a veteran. I wasn't there on the ground in infantry, so I didn't really but I did deploy. I flew in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan constantly. My life was unpredictable. And then I sort of realized that you have to identify yourself. Otherwise, not only is it a benefits thing, but it's also just a societal thing that other people learn from you. I think it's an interesting question because you're asking us to have a kinder, gentler perspective of what it means to be a military member, which a lot of people who are very strict, have a very strict interpretation of what the military should be will say, well, it's about killing, it's about violence and winning wars. But the reality is that we're serving in a number of different capacities, and we are sort of ambassadors when we're over there. And people, whether it's in Germany or Afghanistan, are seeing us in uniform, and we're representing. So we absolutely have to change that perception and that brand. I also think it will happen naturally, I hope, with a look at how this younger millennial generation, I would like to classify myself as young, in that generation, thinks about the work that they do. And it's very holistic. It's not just, I do this, and this is what I do day in and day out for the next 20 years. It's, I'm entrepreneurial, I'm all about collaboration and community. It's just a different mindset in how we do our jobs. And so I think that branding will change as we have more people from that generation. And it could change the way people operate in the military and make us more effective.
Sir, you have a question?
Hi, my name is Robert So. I'm a former Marine. It also took part in the initial invasion of Iraq, so I was with you on Highway 7 with 3rd LAR. But right now I'm the CEO of a company that's about to launch an Android app that pays users every time they unlock their phones to view beautiful and creative ads. So I guess at this point I'm a CEO. Previously I was actually an enlisted Marine. One of the things that I really noticed throughout my career, even in business school, was that even if you looked at this panel, everybody's an officer, more or less, except for you, Jake, right? So I guess one of the questions is, how can we, and what is going on right now to empower the enlisted members of our military as well? Because I think we have some potential too.
Can I just, I talked earlier about how I want veterans to run for office. So Tim was speaking about Texas A&M. Sure. My gunner in Iraq got his college degree. He's now getting his master's at Texas A&M. Mm-hmm. He's about to go to law school, and I always say, you're going to be a congressman someday. Like, I'm trying to groom him to be the congressman. I won't tell you his name because I don't want to have an announcement yet, because it's 6 years from now probably. But that type of mentorship is what I'm trying to provide, because I really care about it. Mm-hmm. Just like when my buddy Tom Rooney, who's a Republican, wanted to run, he said, I'm thinking about doing it. Mm-hmm. I walked him through, and again, I'm a different party, but actions speak louder than words. I sat with him, I talked to him on the phone. I did things that I think were helpful because I believed in him.
If I could speak about that one, yeah. I think that, so when I was at Force Recon, my platoon of guys, I learned everything I learned from my enlisted guys. They were far more intelligent than I was. I mean, they had all this experience, all this training, and amazing leadership skills. And I am always blown away by the fact that the civilian world sees officers coming out of the military as perhaps more capable than the enlisted man. Like, I think I would love to see more guys like you and Jake, getting into the workplace and leading, and because I feel like your experiences under fire, many of my enlisted guys had to make split-second decisions, had to be able to navigate challenges that I did not have to navigate as an officer, which makes you far more prepared, far more capable of handling those difficult analytical decisions in the workplace. So I agree with you 100%. I think we definitely need to get more enlisted guys out there leading.
I want to say something here too, which is, I think you have, because of what he just said, you also have some advantages. And I will tell you that in the world you're choosing to run in, very quickly, it's irrelevant. I have never told anybody in the last year that I was a captain in the United States Army. Nobody gives a shit, to use a French term, So what I would tell you is, very quickly, you are redefining yourself as the CEO with a military background who led men and women and who saw combat, and that's all that counts. And so I would just get it, I wouldn't even worry about it. In fact, I'd just seize it. And I will tell you that moving forward, you're going to find that the advantage that you have mentally, your mental construct of being a doer, the person that actually does the work, which, not to say that officers don't, but but that's sometimes. That's the construct, that's the mental construct that's going to cause you to be successful, though. So I agree with you, though. Is there pedigree issues? Yeah, there's pedigree issues, though, in everything in life. Every field, what school you went to, what sport you played, what fraternity you were in, what this, what that. There's pedigree all over the place. But the great thing about life is, once you're 3 or 4 years away from it, you better be mentally beyond that anyway. So if that helps you think of it, that's how I would.
Thank you. Joe, you have a question?
Yeah, Joe Quinn from Team Red, White, and Blue. I actually want to piggyback what Guy said, and I'll start with the question and kind of take the journey to that question. We're all here together, anyone in this room probably believes it, but do civilians and citizens, the other 99%, do they really give a shit? It's easy to say it, but do they really? And I remember I came back from my second tour, and a lot of it, could be in the political realm, business realm, entrepreneurial, the social sector. And I remember coming back from my second tour, and I had my uniform on, and this gentleman bought me a beer, and he's like, "Thank you for your service. What you do was great." And then it was election season, so he inquired on who I was going to vote for, and I told him, and then he said, "You could get your own damn beer." So it's okay. There's this nice glow of, "Oh, thank you for your service," with this monolithic creature, but once you really get into it, do people really care? And even in applying for jobs, on the other half of it, we're always told, I had the mistake of listing my accomplishments on a resume as we, my platoon and I, we did this. I was told you got to speak in I, and you really got to tell them what a platoon leader is. I feel like that's nonsense. I mean, if you're an employer and if you don't know some of these things, or if I put we instead of I mean, come on. I mean, there's got to be some education on the other side. So I guess in the business realm or the entrepreneurial realm, or even in politics, if we want, veterans to run for office, but, do we really? When we're the minority, a politician or people in politics will say, "Yeah, we're great, we love your veterans," but when you run against them, do they really want you to do it? So I guess from all perspectives, do you think people really care when it comes to the other side after the glow is kind of off you?
No. People don't care. And I think that you can see that in the fact that there's not standing room only right now. And that if you look at the number of hits that these videos will get, we'll see how many people actually care, or how many people are going to continue to care, particularly after the Afghanistan war is over. But that's not necessarily, certainly not our fault, I don't think. But I think that the media, to a large degree, has started to focus on other things. And as they've done that, and we've lost that kind of like mediated conversation between the civilians who decide that we go to war and the war itself. A lot of us have started to take that dialogue straight to people through things like this. And I think things like this are important if people are going to be focused on Kim Kardashian and all these other things, that they have to realize that as citizens, you do vote, you do have a significant impact. And over the past decade, we've seen that in a very, very profound way, that a different president can make a very, very different decision, presumably. So in the end, I think people have other concerns, and they're never going to care. And my father was a Korean War veteran, and that nobody really cared about that. People still don't even know that that was necessarily a war at times. I mean, they don't get that. So it's always been like this, and it will probably always be like this.
I wildly disagree. We cannot. You know, I've felt this too. You know, you come back from a deployment, and you still have dust on you, and you come back into a society that, you know, we've asked so much sacrifice from a small percentage. But boy, I've seen a lot of people care. I really have. And actually, let me take off my assistant secretary, and I'm just Tommy Sowers, a veteran here. I love the Team RWB model. And one of the reasons is because it's not just a veterans organization. I mean, I've gone on trail runs with civilians. I froze my tail off in Michigan going on another run with Team RWB guys. I was out in the far Rockaways and saw Team Rubicon. And it's not just like, hey, are you a veteran? Okay, we'll take you and civilian. No, it's an inclusive approach to this. So, you know, one of my broad concerns, and back to the historical point, is if it passes prologue, that care and that attention definitely fades afterwards. And so this is one of our challenges now, is how do we take that sea of goodwill that is out there, and before it evaporates, get the best practices that are out there, so we actually know what a company should do if they want to be veteran friendly. A university, if they want to be veteran friendly. We should know that by now. We've thrown a ton of resources out there. There's so much goodwill out there. And that's one of our challenges over the next year, really, which is how do we take these lessons learned and extend them through this period after war.
I would really like to say something here too. I think they do care. I do disagree respectfully. I don't think we want. I think there's a limit of how much we want them to care, in a sense, right? I mean, we want to live in a country where life is great, and we're not always feeling guilty about, as people, about are we spending enough time thinking about our military? You know, I actually think the balance is pretty good. And I kind of, not that I like that guy. I think he's a jerk for doing what he did but I like the fact that people, you know, feel strongly about lots of different things, and just the veteran is a piece of it. And I would just tell you, as you get into your job searches and things like that, you know, again, that's not primary. And you say, well, shouldn't they be able to read my resume and know that that's the way I think as a military person? I think there's a balance there. I think it's on you when you decide I want to go into this sector. You got to know the way that, assuming that sector is not the military, you got to know the way that sector thinks. So I think there's a balance there. I think society does care. I have been incredibly blown away, more often than not, about, you know, people breaking down into tears because their grandfather or father served and they didn't, or maybe they had no connection to it and they just appreciated it. And I don't know. I feel like we live in an incredible country where people do care. So,
ma'am, do you have a question?
Yeah, hi. My name is Joanne Tucker, and I am an actor and civilian, and I co-run an organization and am married to a Marine, an actor, called Arts in the Armed Forces. And I also think people definitely care. We reach out to actors to volunteer their time to perform for the military, and everybody wants to be involved, and it's just they don't know how. You know, especially if you're from New York. I went to a private prep school on the Upper East Side, and there was no exposure to the military community. Nobody from my class was signing up. You know, my grandfather served, and I happen to have it in my family, so it became really personal when I met somebody who was a Marine for me. But I guess my question is, are there any efforts to integrate sort of the qualities that we're talking about that you get out of the military into education earlier, you know, to have a military presence within the curriculum, because it's what we're talking about is exposure. It's like once you're exposed to something, you start to empathize with it and understand and care about it. So where are the efforts to expose civilians, people who are not enlisting, not volunteering, to the community at an earlier level? And the same goes for just service in general. I remember my only exposure to community service was in high school as a punishment for, not failing a final or something, or not showing up at gym class, whatever it was, instead of having it be a requirement from the beginning, so that then it doesn't become a punishment or an obligation. Yeah, I don't know, maybe there are tons of efforts out there, but it seems like both those things need to be integrated from an earlier level within the education system on every level. Then people don't have to, it's not such a foreign thing. If you're exposed to it, you understand. It's like going to a foreign country. You start to understand other cultures when you're exposed, and the military is a culture.
Jake, how about you? Okay, Tommy, you have a...
Well, I'll just take one piece from the beginning of it. That people wanting to get involved and not really knowing how. I see that as part of our responsibility. We're not that good at asking. We're not that good at figuring out how can you serve your country without, putting on a uniform, uprooting your life, moving to Washington, D.C., moving into the civil service. And that's what really excites me about what we're trying to do at VA Center for Innovation, what I'm trying to do in the office, what the Secretary is trying to do, which is figure out ways, if you've got expertise in branding, we need that. Expertise in using art as therapy, we need that as well. And figuring out a way to partner with you and, frankly, make that ask so that you can answer.
Yeah, I think it's a great question and a real challenge, especially given that we have an all-volunteer force and less than 1% of our country serves. It's not the era of post-World War II or post-Vietnam where more and more people interacted with or knew military members. So it is a real challenge. And I worry about it because I think a lot of young people just want to be pop stars when they grow up. And I wonder if these are their heroes, but we up here, we've alluded to President Roosevelt and others who are our heroes, and so it's how do we make that cool when people think about it as so challenging and difficult? I think programs like this are one way in terms of changing the narrative in the media, but all politics is local, right? So it's who are you interacting with at your grocery store or in your school. Troops to Teachers has been a program for years and years, and so if people are interacting at a younger age, I think things like Team Rubicon or Team Red, White, and Blue, community service where people are seeing that interaction at a very interpersonal level, I think that goes a long way. And we also see it in politics too. I mean, people aren't going to care unless they're forced to care. I do think we're at a unique point where a lot of people care about the military and say thank you, but how affected are they really by the wars? Probably not a whole lot unless they've known someone, but they certainly haven't been taxed in order to feel the pain. So I think a lot of us are up here because we're asking questions about that. What is the human cost of war? What is the financial cost of war? It's up to us and others as veterans to change that narrative and start answering those questions.
And I think there's 2 points that...
You have to make them quick, Tim, because we got to wrap it up.
That really contribute to this. One is you mentioned that you had someone that was in the military in your family. We've kind of channeled that from World War II down to a very narrow slice of society now that has done that. And so as future generations, kids are born, things like that, there's going to be far fewer people who have a family member who is a veteran. And then in addition, obviously, the polarization of our country. I come from Santa Monica, California. It's one of the most liberal places in America, and I live in Brooklyn, which is also one of the most liberal places in America. And I'm pretty much the only veteran that all my friends know. So if we take those two things, we push all the veterans into certain areas, and then our family members haven't served, where does that leave us? And that's a big problem.
Mm-hmm. Give a round of applause to this #1 panel of the day. Chris Marvin.
And I just want to thank everybody for coming, and I want to remind you that by Monday, by Veterans Day, all of these talks are going to be online, and we want you to share them, please. GotYour6.org. Find them, share them, show them to everybody. That answers a couple of the last questions we just had. This is a way that we can reach out to people on the other side of the divide. So thank you for coming, and happy Veterans Day.